Both of them have really tall ears.
They do both have really
Okay,
tall ears.
and we are now audible.
And oh,
Is that our sponsorship?
No.
Oh, hey, Quest. Heads up. Every time you speak, your whole overlay.
There we go. Just got it. No, I just had to minimize the window. The auto's like that. If you don't
Ah,
minimize
right,
it,
right.
anytime you mouse over where the window is behind anything, it'll immediately bring all the options into frame. So it's weird like that. Anyway, hi
All the
everybody.
options in-
Hello.
Just gonna check this.
Hello.
Yes, there we go. We are on the correct window. Wonderful. Welcome back, everybody, to Simple Path. Last we left off, the group found itself in the capital of Rosaino, where they were doing a little bit of shopping, knocking around, talking to some people. Let me do a little rundown. If I remember correctly, Chico was with Lady Maria, or Lady Marie. Was it Marie? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Sure.
Yep, I was on my way back to Takart because of our new avian friends.
Yes, you were shopping for some bird feed at the local pet store. Yes, the Pet Dumb, PetSmart Pet Dumb. For some supplies for your new creatures. Yes, flightless birds. That was your occupation. Vark
How much
paid
food was it? I forget.
Hmm?
It was like a pound, wasn't it?
It was
How much
a
I
sack,
realized.
a sack full of a pound of bird feed.
All right.
Yes.
I
Vark paid a
put it in
visit
there.
to the Society Quadratica, specifically their headquarters here in the capital in Rosaino, the capital of Rubedo. You were accompanied by Mitra, the punchy one, because she, I suppose, in her mind, didn't have anything better to do. And then there was Siren and Karia, who decided to trail along behind after they got done with other business because they had things to inquire about. Malady. What's Malady doing? Malady, what were you doing?
During what?
When you guys got to the capital.
I'm not sure.
Were you down by the docks? I forget. I know that Holo was spending time down by the beach.
I think that Mallory actually had to leave before we
Right,
decided
yeah.
exactly what they were doing.
You had to dip before we could get on with that part. Right. And Flick went carousing, looking for a certain red-shirted individual in a city full of red shirts, and happened across some back alley fighting, specifically back alley fencing.
yes.
Malady,
Oh, okay.
seeing as you are now,
Yeah.
just before we go, because we want to get everybody up to the same tack. Malady, you are now in the capital of the country of Rosaino, the capital known as Rubedo. What would you like to do now that you guys are here?
How long are we gonna be here?
Honestly, I don't see you guys staying longer than a day unless otherwise are required to. Considering you have
Okay.
a target you are hurrying towards.
Let's see. Well, I'm going to see if I can ask around about a person named Espataglia.
Okay.
Maybe if there's like some sort of public family ledger thing in the library.
Hmm.
If not, I could probably ask the librarian about it. Chat him up.
Okay. So you're looking for public family registries and anybody who might respond to the name Battaglia or S. Battaglia.
Yep.
Okay.
Man, I'm gonna have to start making a world anvil just for my notes.
Yeah.
Sponsored by World Anvil. No, I wish.
No,
I
no.
wish I was sponsored by
not
things
an
that I would like.
advertisement.
Yeah, I wish I was sponsored by things that I would like. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
If
you could
only.
get sponsored by what is it?
The
Rachel.
Legends.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, choked on something. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to go poke around a little bit, ask around. You could roll me
Did
something
you
for that potentially.
choke on one of the 60,000 silver that you get upon signing up for?
No,
certain
I choked on
promotions?
something
Oh,
foul.
please.
I think it was one of those, what are they, the amber shards or something like that that got lodged in my throat. Anyway,
Yes, but what do I roll?
you roll, well, depends on what you think would be most appropriate. Are you trying to ask around, or are you trying to dig around in some ledgers? Which are you going to focus on?
I am going to try digging around in some ledgers.
Okay, so you're going to have to look for a place that might contain this. This would probably be some sort of public facility, like a city hall. Though, we just had an ad. What the hell? Anyway,
So it begins.
That.
I
Yeah,
swear
my
to God.
thing is secret, so nobody gets to see it.
I swear to God, Twitch. You're becoming more unbearable by the day.
Wait,
Anyway,
wait, we have an ad. Wait, we have an ad right now,
yes.
or
we
is
do.
it?
Yes.
Okay, I have a really quick question. I just noticed something. So the national country of this, the national color of this country is
Red.
red, correct?
Yes.
What was Lorbus's?
At the moment, it's black.
I think
Though-
I know
Yep.
what you're basing Audion's
Blacks and
color
grays.
off
But
of, and I'm
the
gonna kill you.
the king in question is looking at changing the national color because before it was done out of a lack of any source of good dyes. So what they usually went for was like black and gray. But now that they're out of wartime and they finally managed to pull themselves out of the depression, he's thinking of switching things around a little bit.
Make it
I s-
purple.
But
That's-
what are the other?
Well-
What are the other colors? Might I ask?
Well, you would know that
Oh,
Flaminsky.
I have a note for it.
Yes, you do.
Yes. Lorbus
I
is blacks and
can't-
grays. Rosaino is reds. Flaminsk is yellows, and Naya is blue.
Okay, no, you
green.
didn't do what I was thinking you were doing. Okay, never mind.
No, I
you're
think I
good.
know what you were angling towards, and that was my original conceit with the four countries. Because
Yeah,
I dug up, I
thought
dug
you
up
were
my
gonna
old,
say- I thought-
I dug up my old notes just yesterday when I was working on maps, and
Yeah.
I found that I had in fact named the different capitals of the countries according to the old coloration which I assigned them to, which was Lorbus's capital was going to be Citrinus, Rosaino's was going to be Robido, Naya was going to be, what was it? Negredo, and Flaminsk's was going to be Albedo.
I see you this whole country's a goddamn philosopher's stone.
Well,
this whole
It's one big transmutation circle, and you're standing in it.
yeah. It's,
Yeah, it's probably fine.
Oh.
What are they transmutating?
Wait, also,
Yeah.
is this the continent where Siren's village disappeared?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Totally didn't have your whole country, your whole village turned into a philosopher's stone. It's okay. We're not in Full Metal Alchemist. Wink.
yeah, Hey, what's this?
Wait.
What's with these strange circular markings on the ground? Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
Wait,
about
Rami,
it.
why
Mhm.
is your hair blonde?
Mhm.
Wait, what happened to your
Mhm.
arm?
Your
Oh
hand.
no.
Oh my
It's
god,
metallic.
Cam
Well,
is made out of metal!
mm, you know, honestly, if I was going to start talking about something, one character in this party is blonde, has been scarred by past
Oh.
trauma, has lost a sibling to unfortunate events, and is very short.
What do you mean very
Oof.
short? He's tall. He's
Sure.
average height.
Sure.
Sure.
But yeah, enough
Sure.
poking fun. The honestly, yeah. Honestly, if anybody was going to be Edward Elric, it would probably be either Hollow Hollow or Chico. But anyway,
Exactly.
Most like a Checo. I'd say Checo.
Probably
Oh.
check it.
I don't know, just basing off who's actually, going into alchemy. But alchemy in this world isn't funky magic with slap hands. It's chemistry.
Wait,
Actual
one
chemistry.
second. Then Vark's over here. Vark's over here in the corner. Like, am I a joke to you?
Mark's living his own different anime story. Anyway, so if you're going to be
Hello.
digging around in
I
archives,
brought my master back.
Hmm.
What's the law of equivalent exchange?
Oh no.
unfortunately, it didn't account for the need of a soul.
No.
Foreshadowing. Anyway,
Oh no.
the what was it? Right. Okay. You want to dig around in some archives. You gotta find the right facilities to do so. Roll me a knowledge nobility.
Oh
Nice.
boy, that's the first time I'm gonna answer, brother.
You are in fact researching
Uh.
somebody based off of their name in archives.
Yes.
So this is a very applicable knowledge skill to have.
Mm-hmm. Okay. An 11.
You rolled. What did you roll?
Dead center.
Dead center of
I
7.
rolled an 11.
God.
11.
But you spent so long apart from noble influence that you've grown rusty in regards of how to go through the proper procedure, how to dig up names and find records of lineage or of like presence of somebody, their paper trail, more or less. And as a result, when you go to look around, you check in the libraries. You check around several of the city libraries. You check in with the we call it the Magical Institute, the biggest magical university in the city, and they're like, that's not what we're here for. We're here to teach people magic. We don't keep noble records. Go to the palace. Of course, the palace isn't letting people in. This isn't Lorbus. They're not letting people in without appointment. And after about a couple hours of doing this, you're left with nothing.
Ah.
No, you are no closer. So, with the research end of things, at least for the time, exhausted, maybe you'll have better luck if you just ask some people. You never know who you might run into.
Sure. I'll ask them.
Okay.
I'll ask some people.
If you want to ask around, that's going to be a different one. Probably going to be diplomacy.
Huzzah! Diplomacy. My dump stat. I lied, it's 27.
There you go. Okay. After a couple hours of time well wasted, you decide to put on your diplomat hat. Normally you had people to do this for you back when you were in charge of things. But now you just, because you're on your own, chasing your own ventures, you got to do things yourself. So, you strike out, start, do you show people the handkerchief, or do you just ask by name?
I ask my name.
So, asking around, you look around the first a few of the drink houses, some of the inns. Then you migrate away from there, seeing that it's mostly people who are passing through the city. They probably won't know anybody who's like local, which this Battaglia might very well be. Continue asking and asking until working your way up until you're you find yourself wandering in in an alley between the merchants and the high-rise quarters, what they refer to as the noble, where the better, well-to-do noble and merchants live. So named because, like the rest of the city, this section is terraced, and the section of the city rises a little bit as it ascends the natural swell of a hill, where you see that the ground has been shaped to be even, to allow housing to be there without being slanted on one side. And knowing very well that knocking from door to door will probably get you booted out of the community and told no solicitors. If I could kindly ask, could you mute?
Oh, my bad, my bad.
It's just the baby's toys are coming through a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Anyway, after a bit of asking around, both on the street and at a couple of cafes and wineries, you finally get a response where you're asking after an Espataglia. And it gets you some odd looks sometimes, but knowing your way around a conversation with a noble, and you know that there is a process to it. There's holding your posture correctly. There's being just deferential enough while also not being a spineless worm. There's using the proper tone, and though you're a bit rusty, you did start shaking off the rust a little bit before getting here, both back in Lorbus, but also with some of the individuals you encountered in Mordan, and Miss Battaglia herself. So you work your magic, and asking around at one little cafe on the corner, you present yourself, and you ask with proper politeness and deference. A couple of men sat by a small cafe table, sipping coffee and wine. You ask them if the name Espataglia would ring a bell. And while looks to be a younger half-elf gives you an odd look and screws his eyes at you, the older gentleman sitting across from him looks up at you, seems to get a pensive look on his face, and says, "Well, see, yes, I would know that name. Why do you ask?"
I've encountered someone from the Battaglia family, and I would like to know who they are should I choose to invoke their invitation.
Their invitation. So you have had some anonymous encounter with a strange member of the Battaglia family. I don't suppose you could tell me where you had this surprise encounter, that you would not even know who this is? Or what their family name even means here within the city walls?
We were traveling on a ship, so everybody that wasn't part of the crew would have been an outlander, a traveler from anywhere across the world.
And she just invited you to come to her home?
It seems I'm very well liked.
Gives you another odd look. Scratches at his chin and then twirls a well-kept handlebar mustache. You can see his hair is finely coiffed with pomade. He's dressed with a shoulder cape in the obvious national colors, but not one note. His outfit itself resembles almost a military officer with braids on the shoulders and what do you call it? Buttoning on the shirt that looks very much like a uniform. If anything, you might think this might be a dress uniform of some sort. As he
I would kill to have that shirt.
as he thinks to
But I'm
himself,
assuming that he's Mr. Battaglia.
you never know. As he thinks to himself and says, "You're just that charming, hmm?
It seems so.
Well, aren't you just the suave one? There's something you're not telling me, but I do not care. If you want to know who the Battaglia, then I suppose, do you want the long or the short version? Because well, it is customary when asked about the history of a family that we give the how do you say the full Monty. But you seem like a man with a purpose, so woman. You seem like a
Hey,
woman.
how could he tell?
Sharp eyes.
How can you
Also,
tell?
maybe there's just a lot of cross dressers in Rosaino. You
The
never know.
bulge.
Mm-hmm.
The bulge.
I'm
Mhm.
wearing
The
a
Adam's apple.
dress.
The Adam's apple.
The fabric is very thin. I can very obviously tell.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh boy.
Yes, I can tell by your Adam's apple and your very flat chest. Anyway. That was-
Exquisite.
Is that a dagger in your chest? Is it a dagger in your pants or no?
You're just
Uh,
happy to
Is
Yes,
that the,
actually.
is that a stiletto, or are you just happy to see me?
Actually, yes, I have a stiletto.
Yeah,
Also, why does he talk like the count?
I do not know.
Cross-dressed.
I'm experimenting with
Ah, ah,
accents here. One backstab. Two backstabs. Anyway,
You would be
Three
surprised
sneak
how many
attacks.
weapons I have on him.
sorry, what were you saying, Lynn?
You would be surprised how many secret weapons I have on him.
No, I wouldn't be, because I know how many secret weapons you have.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, I think we've actually had you, like, put them on a table at one point.
No,
No, you got
No.
shook down for weapons at the casino, and you have held some.
yeah. I think I didn't even put down one.
No, you put down one. I think it's
Did
your
I put
sword
down
cane.
the key? Probably.
something. It was
could've
something.
Just been
Anyway.
the
Unimportant.
It could have just been the long sword
Maybe.
that I had in my pants.
It's 12 inches, I swear. Anyway. But yes. He looks you up and down. He says, "Well, as I said, do you want the full story, or do you look like you have a purpose for asking after their name? So I do not know if you want to humor me for the whole story behind the Battaglias."
Oh, I don't mind. I love a story.
Oh,
And he will just sit down beside the guy and order some coffee.
he'll flag down the waitress who will come. A cappuccino for our fine lady here, as he will then begin regaling you with the story of the Battaglias. He said it was long. In general, there was a bit of an overstatement. The history certainly is long, but he does a decent job of giving you the cliff notes of it. You see, the Battaglia, they are a lesser-known noble family here within the city. They were once members of the royal family, although they found themselves estranged. According to old ledgers, the reason they separated was for the purpose of extracting themselves from the royal politics, where they wanted to shield themselves from the betrayals, bloodshed, and poisonings. Not long after was when the Lord Protector was put in power, and the royal family was dissolved. We now live in a protectorship. Afterwards, a constitution was adopted, and we've now done our best to separate ourselves from the fooling and the politics of Aerodine. We wish to resemble them as little as possible. The your friend's family used to be a member of that. Now they are more focused on the merchant side of life. They are silk traders. They have contacts over in they have contacts over in Shibak and Namaria, and even extending past that to an extent. They are known for having very good inroads and a very good sense for talent and individual potential. Supposedly. There were more than a few scandals back in the day where they swindled individuals out using such a reputation to get the most out of them. Though that was more the case of one particular side of the family doing that. If your lady of interest is part of that side of the family, I could not tell you. I'd suggest using your best sense. But the Bataglias in general focus more on exotic goods trades, as well as the proliferation of some of the more exotic services here within the city. They are known for being, how you say, progressive? He actually seems to struggle with the word for a bit. And he says,
Kids are leaning.
they have been working very hard on making long strides to overhaul the Rose District.
The Rose District.
The Rose District. You see, Prostitute Alley.
Oh. I see.
They have been changing things there. They've been buying, the shops there. They've been changing things, making alterations. Some popular, some not. But one of their biggest ones has been working towards the liberation of the workers, I suppose. They've recently brought in an idea from Mordan, the idea of a limited corporation or a limited company, where those who are part of it have a part ownership. A novel idea. I don't necessarily disagree with it, though. I don't believe necessarily it's always wise to have every member of a company have ownership. Some people simply have no business sense. But, yeah, it's for them, not for me. But yes, they've been making changes to that. They've been making inroads into other countries to secure potential new exotic goods. They're responsible for the influx of this strange new clay, which supposedly if you put it in a fire, it burns twice as hot. Strange stuff. Very good, though limited, not reliable. Other things like silks and perfumes and spices and other goods that are luxuries. They, of course, mostly deal with merchants and nobles and others who are perhaps a bit more well-earning than your typical groundwork people. They're exclusively white-collar. So, white-collar, blue blood, same thing. They'll bleed the same. But yes, the Bataglias in general have never been ones to miss an opportunity. Doesn't always work out for them. But they have a reputation for adventurousness here within the city. If you're looking for the Bataglias, you'll find them in the high-rise area, just here within the high-rise district. They don't typically take guests. So if you have an invitation, then I don't see why you shouldn't be able to make it in.
Well,
It is at this point that your cappuccino has already arrived well into this conversation. And, well, it's definitely the strongest fucking coffee you've ever had.
it's good for my liver and kidneys. They need to be awake.
Mm-hmm. Well, you definitely feel awake.
Oh, good.
As a matter of fact, not of too high consequence, but for the next 8 hours, you're going to have a +1 to your reflex saves.
Hey,
Hey,
that's how we
That's
do it, baby.
that's a thing. Anyway, yes. He has told you that they are here within the high-rise district. The half-elf here, as to the side, has just been listening. Looks like he's not really been paying special attention to the conversation. But he's not trying to look anywhere but at you. He just doesn't seem terribly interested. Yeah, he tells you that they're in the high-rise district. That their home is somewhere here, and that they're generally a bit more closed off. And they don't, generally speaking, take a lot of visitors. But if this mysterious lady should have shot you an invitation, well, there's worse nobles you could get tangled with. I would be careful, though. Some of their schemes can be a bit eccentric and don't always pan out.
Mm-hmm. I'll be sure to watch out for that.
Do what you do. Take care of
Oh,
yourself.
Thank you very much. How much was the coffee?
He puts a hand up and says, "Do not be concerned with the bill."
Are you sure?
Oh, absolutely. I thought it was only. He looks looks into the cafe where the menus are hung above the counter, and he says, "I believe that particular cup was a simple 5 gold."
Well, if you
Which-
insist.
To anybody with any sort of financial reason, 5 gold for a tiny shot of espresso.
You
Yeah.
are getting the tourist price.
Yes,
Yeah.
except that's a local cafe. That is noble
This is
price.
the noble district.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is a shot of espresso that costs 5 times a typical farmer's yearly wage.
Mm-hmm. I can afford it, but I won't. I won't say no to someone else paying for a 5 gold cup of coffee.
Mhm.
Well, is that all I can do now?
I mean,
The conversation, was that it?
you can go. It's been you've managed to accomplish that in about, I'd say, half an hour. So you can continue. I'm gonna say, starting to get into the afternoon.
Okay. I just want to make a purchase. I'll just DM you what I wanted to purchase.
Okay. Yeah. You do have enough time if you wanted to potentially follow up on that lead. I'd say it's somewhere like 3:30 p.m. But if you also want to concern yourself with shopping and then worry about that later, that's also doable. All right then.
Yeah, I think this is an after tower thing if we want to get to the tower as fast as possible.
Okay. Cool. All right. In that case, we will be bopping on over to somebody else. Right. I believe Vark and Karya and Siren wanted to have a look at the archives in the society's headquarters. Want to go look around?
Yeah,
for some information.
Mr. Mustache, as I
Hieronymus.
affectionately call him, yeah, Hieronymus. And it's horrible that I can only remember his name because it makes me think for some reason I equate his name to hemorrhoids, and I don't know why. The H sound.
Bastard.
Yeah.
I put his name to hierarchy because it's
Hier-
Hieronymus.
Preparation
hierarchy.
Hieronymus.
Yeah, either way, before we get into prep H, he pointed us in the right direction, not only of the archives, but specifically of what books we might be able to find. So
Mhm.
that's nice.
As did Forvark, the receptionist. So yes,
Yes.
you guys would be led towards the archives. For a place like the Society Quadratica, the archives are more than just a simple room. Hell, you'd expect, considering their concentration on the topic of information and knowledge that for it to be an entire fucking wing of the building, if not more. What actually happens is a bit different. As you approach with the receptionist and Hieronymus as well, you notice that he keeps a conspicuous hand on his pistol whenever he eyes Karya nearing any of the fragile glass display cases. As he would say, as purely in jest. I promise. Yes.
Not to worry. I have hold person always prepared when next to him.
Wonderful. Regardless, yes, the receptionist in question leads you to a large set of metal double doors. Just before I move on, because I haven't heard any word. Vark, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Wonderful. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Just be
Now,
quiet.
the doors themselves are emblazoned with two crossed quills. The rest of the door is matte steel colored, and then you approach. As you do, the quills themselves light up with color as the quills themselves begin to look a lot more like real feathers. Oh, yes, the Varkives. Yeah, thank you, Grim. But yes, the feathers almost seem to sway in an unseen breeze as they gain color and almost flexibility and texture. The receptionist in question takes something off his belt, his horologe, which he presents to the door, holds up, and it shines for a moment, emitting a light. And then the door begins to creak open. The sound of metal scraping over stone. We'll be moving into the transition room now. Before we go into the archives, I must warn you of one thing. If any of you have any extra-dimensional storage on your person, you must leave it in the transition room. The archives are extra-dimensional in nature. If you bring a extra-dimensional bag inside, the safety measures will trigger and you will be ejected from the premises. There is no negotiation on this.
If I remember, do we have a bag of holding, right?
I believe someone at least has
Like,
a
with the
handy
party?
haversack.
Yeah.
I know I have
But-
handy haversack.
No, yeah, I was gonna say it's
I-
with Chaiko. I
I
don't
have
think
one.
it's with Siren or Var or
Vark
No.
has one.
I have one.
yeah.
So yes.
Uh,
So if any of you
should
have a
be
bag
good.
of holding or a haversack, I suggest you leave it behind, and if you don't want to be immediately booted off of the society's land.
not to worry. We've already left it behind.
Thank you for the warning.
Good. Then if we don't have to worry about that, he then steps in to a well-lit area with benches, several trunks, and what looks to be also lockers. Seeing as you guys don't have anything you need to deposit, he goes straight to the next set of double doors, which again, when presented with the horologe, grind open, this time swinging outward. And at first, you don't see anything. It's a blank wall, just brick. Stone gray brick. And then it shimmers and wavers and ripples like a lake that's just had a pebble dropped into it. Okay, I see then. Which section were you hoping to go to again?
Siren looking at Karya. I believe it was a section regarding information about infections relating to the deep infections, deep faint, dark stuff, things.
If I recall, it was simply the nature of the deep and how it affects the world around.
I see. Then your interests align with that of our new recruit here, as he was hoping to study the same thing. Excellent. Then I suppose we should go to the energies section. If that doesn't hold what you seek, then we might want to look at the geographical or the planar archives. To which Hieronymus then nods. Says, I do recommend the geographical section, though that is a bit of bias on my part. Seeing as you are all made here safely and have a very capable guide behind you, front as it were, I shall make my leave now. I wish for you all to have a fruitful dive into the archives and enjoy your first time there. It's always very special.
Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome to the society.
Thank you.
And look, he does that.
Wow.
He gives a very proper bow to Vark before then turning to Arya and Siren and giving them not as deep, but also a bit more informal, just a respectful nod of the head, a dip of the shoulder, and then gives a little wave before moving to leave the transition room.
Siren, not knowing what to do, just waves back.
There you go. All right. When he passes through, the door shuts behind him. As the receptionist moves over to the side of the door where there seems to be a set of crystals embedded into the door frame. He starts twisting some things. Gems change color. He swipes his horologe over something. Goes, come on. And then one more slow, and then from the crystals, it's like, phew. Ah, there we go. Well then, it's keyed to drop us off at the energy section. There are several dedicated exit points throughout the archive, therefore if new members get lost, they don't have to worry about finding the sole exit. We learned from that one several hundred years ago. Took us forever to find that body. But yes, the archives are ready for access. Simply step through the wall.
Bach, after you.
Oh,
Give it a
don't
nod.
don't run at it. Everybody makes that mistake.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else I should know?
Anything else you should know? As there are multiple exits, clearly marked. There are some enchantments in place to delay the progress of hunger, thirst, and need for sleep, but they are not indefinite. Don't spend forever in there. You will regret it. There are at some points fountains with fresh water, if you should need that, but no food. We don't keep food in there. Keeping food in a extraplanar space where people only sometimes go in recipe for rot. It's also bad for the books. What else should there be? Oh yes, not all the books are mundane. Some of them have a mind of their own. Be very careful about that. They tend to be kept on some of the higher shelves. Be careful about the ladders. Some of them have yet to be. Some of them are in need of maintenance, have not been seen to yet. If you feel like a ladder is a bit shaky in its moorings on a bookshelf, then be careful. Err on the side of caution. Find another way to get to the book you're looking for. If you get hurt in there, it is a big archive. There is no guarantee somebody will find you in time to help you.
Very well. I would give that a nod, thank you.
In an hour's time, I will go in to check on you if you haven't returned already. Just to be safe. But we're not going to baby you. We're not going to chaperone you through the archive. It's not as if it's some isolated hellscape where time passes slowly on the inside. So I don't think I should have to worry about 3 grown adults left to their own devices. Also, please be respectful of the books. Put them back where you find them. Don't smudge them. Don't bend them. Don't dog-ear them. Don't spill a drink. Any crumbs. If you make a mess, clean up after yourself. Please and thank you.
I was actually, I believe I was told that a member could potentially take the books outside of the archives.
A member with the proper, with the proper standing and with the proper, with the proper permissions. Yes. Once Vok has gained, has proven himself to be in good standing with the society, beyond simply paying his dues, which is seen to. But once he has contributed to some of the research in the society, has established his own well of knowledge, and has shown he is an active member, more benefits will be afforded to him, one of which is the ability to withdraw a limited amount of books from the archive, and then upon returning them, be able to withdraw more.
I see.
Let's yes, Grim. A library of dead people would be an amazing source of historical knowledge. Also very biased.
Yes.
Is it like a readable mausoleum?
He said
it would
a
basically
library.
be
Yeah, Grim
Yankee Polo.
proposed idea: library that's a mausoleum with corpses and skulls permanently enchanted with speak with dead, so the institution doesn't lose generational institutional wisdom, barring catastrophic destruction of staff. So yes, you could just go like, here's Professor Hergenworth who was one of the founding members from 1,000 years ago. We kept his body in repose and enchanted it with a permanent speak with dead. If you want to ask him anything about something from 1,000 years ago, literally get it from the source.
No ambiguity at all.
Your tenure is never over. And now with no pay.
Can
Oh,
I go to
God.
sleep? No.
There are no teachers' unions in the mausoleum. Man, you thought the government's pay was bad. Anyway,
Anyways.
anger the tomes that make misbehaving students disappear. Good point. Yes, and as he bows slightly and gestures towards the door.
I give him a small bow. Thank you for your assistance. And then step through the gate.
Okay. As you step towards the door, it ripples more as you approach, and as you get through it, you feel... Well, you may have expected it for it to feel like stepping through water, but it doesn't. It feels like passing through... If anything, it reminds you for a second like you're standing back in your home plane. So, for Karya and Siren, when they step through, there's a momentary feeling of chill passing through you. And then you're standing on a fine red carpet trimmed with gold tassels that spread out ahead of you, shoot off into a T section going left and right. There are so many hallways. They stretch on forever. And in every direction, there's stairs, carpeted, marbles flooring, marble banisters, chandeliers, and the bookcases. The bookcases stretch high into the darkness, far above. You would imagine they would probably touch the ceiling, or else how would they have stability enough to stand that high? But you can't say for sure because you can't even see the ceiling from down here. Especially higher up, you see there are ladders that stretch from the floor going all the way up these bookcases. These ladders themselves are on rails that roll from side to side, allowing you to access all the different sections of the bookcase. There are chandeliers that swing to and fro. There are rush lights all across the walls. High above, you see there are books sometimes shake in their section where they're stuck between other books. Some even fall free of their shelving spread wide open and flap like birds towards another shelf before alighting on an empty section, folding closed.
So, how exactly are we supposed to find what we're looking for here?
The sections are marked. We simply need to look.
And
Yes,
indeed
but
they
are we
are.
going to have to climb?
The sections are indeed marked. Both the section you're in, where there are bold brass plates bolted to the walls, reading, "This is the section for energies," and then there's what do you call it? There's a section off the left which says inner planar, and then another section which reads outer planar. Seems to delve off left and right, and the shelves themselves are each marked by either topic or author. Some shelves are entirely dedicated to one author. Some have a larger plate which details multiple authors and their respective specialties.
Siren shakes herself out of the starry-eyed gaze that she was holding, taking everything in, and says, yes. I assume we need but only follow the signs. I guess, Vog, you lead the way.
Yes, absolutely. As for your question, Karia, yes. Well, I will need to climb. You are much taller than I am. Frighteningly so. Maybe you can reach the top shelf where I cannot. Shall we?
Do I have enlarge reduce?
Well, I wouldn't even need to. Funny enough, this is a little meta, but one of the few cantrips that I gave myself, one of them is called Grasp, and if I ever fail a climb check, I can automatically remake it as many times as possible.
Oh.
Until but it increases the DC by 2 until it becomes literally impossible.
Nice.
But yeah, following the instructions that were given before, the name of the book as well as the author, I would make my way through the archives. Walking slowly. I'm taking it all in as I go, but with determination towards my goal.
Okay.
First goal being that book that Hieronymus mentioned about the deep.
Yes.
Well, time to go some digging.
Right.
Also, apparently enlarge person and reduce person are separate spells and
Yes,
are
they
not
are.
available to divine casters.
Yep.
They are, unless you have the right domain. Yes, they are. Let's see.
As far as I can tell, it didn't say cleric or oracle on the available class
person?
list for that.
Alchemist, Blood Rager, Magus,
That's fine.
Psychic, Sorcerer, Wizard, Summoner, Enchanter, Witch, or in the Strength domain or the Growth domain. Subdomain. You're a cleric. Yeah. Or if you're an Oracle, you need to have the Battle Mystery. So yeah, unfortunately, not available base for clerics.
That's perfectly fine. Yeah.
So, what kind of role would this be, I think? Methinks it might be... I don't know, I forget sometimes how many class skills you have, Mark.
I have a couple of them.
Yeah, Investigator and Swashbuckler totally don't just give you every single fucking skill.
Basically, yeah.
The only ones you don't have are Fly, Handle Animal, Ride, Survival, and Swim. Honestly, I'm surprised the Swashbuckler doesn't get Ride.
I know, right?
Surprised they also don't technically get. I could understand a little more with
I don't
Ride.
get why they don't swim.
That's what I was gonna say. It was like the
Yeah.
swashbuckler is supposed to be like, this daring, roguish adventure, but it's also
Yeah.
totally a swashbuckler,
Yeah.
a pirate. And like, you
Yeah.
can fall in the water. You're
I
fine.
guess it's more in terms of like the general theme of swashbuckling in Pathfinder is that
Actually-
you're what do you call it?
Actually,
Oh,
they
dear.
do get ride and swim.
So you literally just don't have
just
survival
want
and
to.
handle animals.
Oh yeah. No, I just double checked my sheet. They do.
Fuck. So you only have
I
two
just-
skills. You don't have three skills. You don't have his class skills, and one of them is fucking fly.
Fair.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I don't really need to worry about flying.
Mhm. Yeah, like the fly skill itself is for like, your personal flight, so most people don't get it. Yes. Also, Grim, good point. Not skill monkey, skill ape.
In before swashbuckler in like an airship game that has a fly instead of swim.
Makes sense. Okay. I would say that to navigate your way through these archives to find the book you're looking for, you could either roll me a perception or a
Whatever you
relevant
roll, guidance.
Yeah, you can either roll perception just to generally look around and see if you can catch the right plating on the bookshelf, or use educated guessing using a relevant knowledge skill. In this case, I'd probably either take Arcana or Planes.
Planes, yeah. I'm gonna go with planes here.
Okay.
As always, inspiration, also guidance.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. I have to swap this. There we go. Guidance is a +1, correct?
Yes.
In Pathfinder?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Not much, but it can help.
23 and 24.
Okay. Right. 24, says the man.
With the
24, shall we?
plan.
Man with the plan. The Vark with the arc. Dive. Anyway. You consider it for a moment, and putting your knowledge of the planes to use, you reconsider those two signs. Inner planar, outer planar. Deep is below ground, but it's not separate from the material plane. So it's probably considered inner planar. And so you start there. You fork off to the right, and you start weaving between the bookcases, making sure never to lose sight of your starting point so you always know your way back. The plates on the side of the bookshelf help narrow down your direction in which you're going. Overall, this section seems to be concerned with things like, let's say, with places like you see theses on the Firegrove Valley, which that one has a few bookshelves dedicated to it with a lot of people who have studied it. The Firegrove Valley, which is a section up northeast, more towards the middle north of the known world. That is, through reasons that have not yet been determined, at least not as far as you know. Maybe these tomes might elucidate that, but another time. Is a place where there are several rifts to the plane of fire that just feed into it. And so despite the generally cold climate that far north, that place is a volcanic valley filled with all sorts of hazards that normally we'd only ever find on the plane of fire. It's also cited as being the reason why the surrounding nations that aren't barred by mountains can thrive and are as green as they are, despite how frigid that northern section of the world is. You also see some things about the Fallon Wastes, which is a tropical jungle over by the southeastern part of the world, where, despite the name, it's not actually a wasteland, but it is an intrusion spot, one of the most well-known intrusion spots of the of Fey influence that has twisted and changed the tropical jungle around it, in it. And such has been the reason it's called the Waste is because the effect it has on the area around it, the bleed through. There's also things like the books on the influence the moons have on the material plane, and other potential theoretical influences and impartitions that that the outer planes have affected onto the world. The knowledge that you're looking for, specifically on the takes a bit to find. It's buried further back. You can tell already that when you start getting into this back area, it's not as well lit. The ladders and the bookshelves here are a little less well maintained, not dusted as frequently. You can tell that the chairs haven't been taken down from the tables here in a while. There's plenty that are still upside down on the desks. Overall, this place seems not disused, but not frequented. Until eventually you find yourself contrary to your expectations having come this far, but possibly not contrary to your knowledge about the problem in question, you come to a door rather than rather than a bookcase. To anybody here, it would look very familiar, at least in passing, to Karya. Because you immediately know, with all of your guys' dark vision, the dark isn't too much of a hindrance here. Karya, the shade of the metal and the working of it becomes immediately apparent, because this door section set into the wall in this back corner of the archive is solid
This
lead.
lead.
Solid lead.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Oh
So
boy.
you see several other doors kind of like this. They're not all of them are solid metal. And all of them have signage out in front. Same brass plating that denote them as being sort of niche archives for lesser, for subjects that don't have entire bookcases dedicated to them or that need to be sequestered away for some reason. There's one, you see one of the ones that's immediately next to it is curse research. Specifically elven curses.
Oh, those can be nasty. Well, hey, now we know where that is.
And there's probably more
I-
niche topics of interest that are either less known or potentially dangerous that just stretch down the wall like that. Yeah, the one in front of you is clearly demarcated as deep energy and deep energy and its corruptive properties.
The others are with me, I believe, correct?
Yes, all three of you. In fact, it is Vark that brought you to this section.
Okay, yeah, for sure. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Kind of looking to the others will go, well, that's unsettling.
Vair by your side just kind of speaks up, where he's sort of curled a little bit. He's definitely kind of got his back half behind your legs. He says, "Yeah, it's just like home."
Yes, I was going to say the exact same.
At least it's better.
Maybe you
At
would
least it's
like
more
to
nice.
stay here. The lead door would be a good place to keep you contained.
Not again.
Not now. If perhaps I
Oh,
end up. Yes,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Aside from what your friends here might think of trying to do, that I like being outside.
I
Yes.
apologize. That was meant to be a joke.
Uh,
He's just
Not
playing
funny.
with
We're,
me.
we're, we're all we're all improving ourselves. We're all working to better ourselves. Don't take it too harshly, Mark.
Perhaps if I go on another massive rampage and try to tear everyone apart, then perhaps. But, you know,
Darian, we've been traveling for over a year together now. I appreciate your company despite your flaws. But I will tell you in complete honesty, I would rather kill you on the spot than have you risk damaging these books.
very good, because frankly, I'd rather die than be locked behind a door. So we're in complete agreement, my friend. Anyways,
Wonderful.
Yeah. Besides which, he belonged behind a door with nothing to do but read. I'm pretty sure he'd die alone from that.
I have an 18 intelligence.
Vak gives the slightest of smirks.
Like Kari's like, I have an 18 intelligence, and then Fire's like, then why are you so stupid?
I don't have
I-
any wisdom.
Kari is intelligent, but he's illiterate.
Oh
not
no.
very
Yeah.
wise.
Karia's intelligence comes from his own natural inclination to pick things up, not his understanding of the world. He lived in the joke of "Did you live under a rock?" actually
Yes.
pertains to him.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Wait,
we joked
so,
about that a lot with the previous party, back when half the party came out from under some sort of rock.
I've been
wait,
outside
so,
now for 3 years.
So Karya, you can you read?
Yeah.
Yes, he can.
Yes.
Wait,
Can
so did we? What is the agreement that only Vark is going in?
No.
We can all go.
Okay, well, because I was gonna ask, I'm assuming that since this is a lead door and we're researching deep corruption, I'm assuming that anything beyond that door, is more.
It is probably tainted, yes.
It's probably tainted. So I think I'm gonna take the time and the spell slots to cast Stave Off Corruption on anyone who's going past that door.
You'll probably just want to hit it with Vark. I just to save the spell. It's seemingly the deep being this close, and considering how close we have been, has not affected Vair and I yet. And it also doesn't work on us for very long. I think it works on us for about 10 to 15 business
Yeah.
seconds, and
And
then
I
it
don't want
goes
to make
away.
it worse for you guys. Yeah. So
We'll be all right. Hit Vark,
so-
and then let's go in. And yourself.
yes. How do you feel about you yourself going in, and then I can help protect you against it, just to make things safe for everyone?
It would be appreciated.
Hmm. You're the most knowledgeable with knowledge. And Siren is going to go ahead and cast Stave Off Corruption on Vark,
Last
spending a spell slot.
that will last.
Let's get rid of.
I believe you are level 6, so that will last 3 days.
Yes.
Okay. are you gonna cast that on yourself as well, or are you not going in?
I am gonna keep an eye on Karya.
Okay. Then I suppose it is just Mark going in.
Oh, I was actually going to go in also.
Oh, okay.
Oh, then actually,
Ye-
would this work on? I never casted this. Did I cast this
Yes,
directly on Karya?
yes,
Not
yes, you did.
directly. Not
And it
directly.
gave me. Oh, right. No, it wasn't direct, huh? I thought that when we were in the cart that I got hit with it.
You got hit
and,
by the wave of it.
Oh, I didn't know that it was different.
I don't know if I want to experiment with this, given what happened to the sword with the holy water. What would happen if I cast this directly on Karya?
Well, to be
In
fair,
such a place of knowledge.
yeah, to be fair, it. Yeah, let's wait. I'll be fine.
Okay. All right, if you say so. Just be careful about what you touch.
Looking forward to when Siren
Don't
learns to
worry,
spell
Siren.
burn
I
off
will be
corruption.
burn off corruption. That'll be nice.
Right then. So it is just Mark going inside, or I'm mishearing that.
No, I'm going
No,
to.
no.
Okay. And Siren, are you going to be accompanying them?
I.
You're free to accompany us. That being said, there might be books that you might be interested in. You're
That's
happy to look around.
true. You know what? Why not? Since we're here already, it would be a waste. Vaya, would it be alright with you if I went in with them? You'd stay outside alone. Would that be okay?
I mean, sure. I don't see why all of us couldn't go in. Do you want me to keep a lookout here or something?
Oh, I assumed your comment earlier.
Oh no, I was just
what
joking
Mark
about my
said,
brother's
that-
allergy to books.
Oh, I see. I assumed that you didn't want to go in because.
Oh
you didn't
no,
want to be...
if I had thumbs, I would definitely pick up a book and read because wow, there's a lot to learn here. But unfortunately, he holds up one of his sort of stumpy feline legs with a notable lack of thumbs. Says, unfortunately, I can't really hold books, so I just gotta deal with my brother here whenever he can, suffer to pick one up and read it to me.
Permit me to
Yeah,
ask.
that's
Can you-
unfair. Wait, who was it directed at? Vair or me?
Edwaya.
What'd you ask?
If Vair can read.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, I can read. Just like I can understand Draconic, I can speak and understand Draconic. I can understand Common. I just gotta, and I can read it. Just trying to get down the vocalizations. I've been trying to learn Common, but it's so hard to pronounce with a dragon throat.
We can help teach you with time. And if there's any books you're interested in, do tell us. We can, show them to you.
I'm also not completely averted to books. I read that one
Alright.
about dwarven culture and understanding when I was on the ship, and
Yeah,
that's where I've
that was
gotten
a
most
year
of my
ago,
social.
Karia. In the year we've been with these people, the only piece of literature I have seen you pick up was a map.
Oh, we haven't had much time to stop.
A year. A year, Karia.
I've been very busy.
Several months of which was spent in one place.
I had a lot going on. It was. I had corrupted water.
Definitely had enough time to dump it into the ocean.
In
Actually,
my defense,
I won't speak about you like that because I was just as curious as you were.
yes, I was about to say hypocritical. Anyways,
Hopefully we won't have to deal with the repercussions of that. And Siren will also cast Save Off Corruption on herself.
Okay. All right, and all that lays between you and forbidden knowledge is the door now.
That is heavy. Karia, if you will.
I was intending to.
Lead is heavy.
Lead is indeed heavy. I was already intending on it. Step, step, step. Pull, pull, push, push. Which direction does it go?
Pull. And yeah, it's... I wouldn't say it's light so much as you feel the mass of the door. It definitely has a lot of mass. This definitely reminds you of back when you were a kid. Back then, you had trouble getting the fucking door open. Eventually, like with time, it got easier as the corruption brought out more and more of your draconic traits, your strength. That would ease the opening of. Eventually, it became muscle memory, and a bit of that kicks in. Your hand clenches around a long bar on the door that runs from top to bottom. You yank. There's that moment of you swear you can smell dragon fire and sulfur for a moment, and then you're back in the archive, and the door is sliding open with mass as then you have to kind of push against it a little bit to stop it from its momentum, taking it, like bashing into the wall behind it. You notice there is cushioning, so obviously that was taken into account. The door is heavy. It is indeed heavy, but you manage with it. And inside is a relatively small room, especially in comparison to the one you're about to enter in from. There are glass cases. You see several caskets of clearly also made of solid lead, positioned in different spots in the room. Most are about the size of a typical footlocker, I would say. Bound shut, closed with locks, wrapped with chain. There's a lot of that in here. A lot of things sealed away here. There's glass casing. There's bookshelves. But what hits you the most when you enter in is the smell. The smell of mildew and damp and not fermenting, not festering, but decaying paper and leather bindings and paper glue. The room itself, I would say, if you were to grab Vair by the tail, stretch your arm out, and hold him by the tip of his tail, and you both of you, like, you would have stretched your arm all the way out, you would have stand in the center, and then Vair were to pull himself as far away from you as he could, his nose would touch the wall. So
It's a small room.
it's a fairly small room. Just
I
enough room.
see.
Just enough room to swing a dragon.
Well, that's good to know.
But yes, there's the smell of decay, like a section of the archive of the library got damp. Even the glass casing, like the glass painting on the cases, seems to be smudged and dusty, and the carpet is flecked with holes in it in some cases. There's patches of something dark. Just overall, the air seems heavier in here, and the lighting, even with burning blue torches on two of the walls, seems to be held in a constant state of dim light.
Is any of the glass broken, or is it magical, or is it just simply display cases?
It looks like it's typical display cases, the kind you would have jewelry or weaponry or like scrolls or something lying in. They seem worse for wear. The wood looks almost frayed in some places. Bits and pieces look like they're suffering from wood louse. There's also the slight smell of wood rot when you get closer to them. Overall, this place just seems to be
Not well kept.
not well kept. But then, this is the society. You just exited a archive that even one of the least well taken care of places was still in pretty good condition. And considering the three of you and your general affinity for magic and arcana, there is a smack of magic in the air that's present, even just on a basic sensory passover. So stuff in here is clearly enchanted, and it wouldn't be outside the realm of reason to say that the society enchants its displays and its books and everything to be longer lasting. And possibly even, some of you would have even heard about potential magical libraries where the books are self-repairing. And despite that, this place looks to be in rough shape.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. This is about what I was expecting, honestly.
Yes, I didn't expect much else. I actually expected it far worse if they had the intention of, well, making giant lead doors, but then again, I suppose this place doesn't have any lack of funding.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Hmm.
where should we begin?
Well, actually, Vayer. Would you happen to be able to snuff out the strongest scent of, well, deep corruption in this place? Or does it all blend together?
There's definitely a melange here, but you could try.
Guidance.
Yeah.
Guidance. Okay. Just for libraries with fabrication and amanuensis, enchanted shelves, self-propagating war tomes. Oh god, the never-ending stories. This is survival. Oh, that's it. Okay. Bayer slips into the room, sniffs at it, and says, "Too much of a draft. Close the door." The moment the door closes, the air gets just a bit heavier. Like some of that dank was being allowed to flow out, which for the sake of the archive is probably not good. But being here in this small archive room immediately leads to a feeling of gravity, and also a thickening of that smell, a sweet, sickly smell of rot. As Vair slithers and prowls through the room, making circles through it. First, he sniffs at one of the caskets, then to one of the bookshelves, then a display case. Up against one of the tapestries, which looks frayed and tattered at the bottom. Obviously, partially molded, eaten by something, maybe moths. There's no signs of any insect life in here. He says, "This tapestry smells the oldest out of anything in here. Doesn't smell like it's the worst." He goes, "This casket reeks, and it's shut tight. So that's a solid bet. I don't know if there's books in that. I don't know how to keep books in a metal trunk. Those are the bookcase. This one smells like people. Like,
Like it's made of human flesh, people, or it's
no, like people have had their hands on them a lot. Like skin oil and stuff like that.
I see. Would it be bad and potentially dangerous to say that I'm curious what's within the coffin?
I mean, they probably got it chained for a reason. But if there's anybody here who might be qualified to open it, it might be you and me.
That is precisely my point. Who knows how long this thing has been sealed? There's a good chance that no one else in the society, even, well, for lack of intensive purposes, had the capacity to, well, open it.
Without immediately getting, twisted or something.
Corrupted. And...
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know.
This could actually be a large jumping point for the research at the very least, and if not, well, we'll simply put it back.
This is a place of knowledge. It's strange why they would have a casket in a place of knowledge. Assumedly, it has some sort of value in that way. Although, if it's chained, I'm hesitant to let anyone open it.
Yeah, I don't see a lock on it. I just see that it's like wrapped.
Could I cast? Wait, do I even have it prepared? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, yes, I do. Oh, it's a cantrip, right? Can I cast Detect Magic on it?
Sure.
I cast Detect Magic.
The whole room lights up. I would like a willpower save from you, please.
You would want what?
I would like a willpower save.
A willpower save.
Okay. Away, here we go.
Here's where I introduced. This is where I introduced the concept of overwhelming auras.
It would be the will save that's under flat-footed to the right of ref. Okay. Resistance on myself. Just in case. Oh, I didn't even need it. That's a 28 with resistance.
As you yeah. So opening your magical sense in this room ends up being a bit like turning on night vision in a brightly lit room. As everything lights up with magic, in fact, quite powerful magic that blasts your senses as you're overwhelmed, but you're able to shut off the spell in time before it is able to completely overwhelm your senses and result in stunning you. If you failed that save, that would stun you for a period of time, depending on how badly you failed.
Oh boy.
There's enchantments everywhere in this room. It was on the books, it was on the shelves, it was on the trunk, it was on the floor, the walls, and the ceilings. It is everywhere.
My eyes. Did I get a aura off of the casket, or did I not get that in time because I had to shut it off?
You did get an aura off of it. You would not have been able to tell what school it was because it was it basically
overwhelming.
It flashbanged you on the first round and shut down the spell.
All right. Just gonna rub my eyes for a second. Go. Everything is overwhelming in here. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that there's something abjuration around that casket. Would be my best guess, but I'm not sure.
Well, no harm in trying, but before we do something like that, perhaps, Vark, I believe this bookshelf has the most researched material. Violet sniffed that out. Perhaps take a look.
Absolutely.
I will wait for you both to then clear the area before I open this.
Mhm.
I'll make a silent note that if we trigger any alarms, I will take responsibility.
Oh, they
On the
specifically
first day.
didn't. Yeah, on the first day, you're already pulling alarms. To be fair, they didn't necessarily tell us not to inspect the things that were in here, just simply not to destroy them.
He also
And I
did
have no
say,
intention of doing so.
He also did say he was making a silent note.
Oh, oops.
But yes,
Hey,
So
why did I
fucking-
put it in here if we're not supposed to look at it? Hey.
Yes.
why are you keeping it in chains
Yeah.
if you don't want me to open it? It's like saying, hey, open it.
Oh my god. But
Yes.
yeah, I am.
As
I'm gonna look through the shelf.
okay, as Siren is rubbing more or less her magical third eye, Karya and Vair are puzzling over the metal casket. Though honestly, it looks a bit more like a trunk. Not really like a coffin or something. Don't want to give that impression. Vair,
Oh, I was actually imagining like a upright vampire.
Oh no,
coffin.
no. It's like across the floor. It's a like a trunk wrapped in chain. It's about the size of
Oh.
I want to say like the size of a small child potentially. And yes, I did use that that metric very specifically.
How very American of you.
Yes, measuring things in child bodies. God, dark. Anyway,
Oh no!
You should see the news. You should see the news articles that say that measure things by like random objects.
Yeah, there was a sink. It was like sinkhole opens up with the size of the size of 44 washing machines, and I was like, what?
What?
it's like okay, we have the exact dimensions of this sinkhole. We need to find an object that is that has the exact dimensions that can be divided by that you can divide these dimensions by. What can we find? Washing machines. Which ones? Doesn't fucking matter.
They assume Americans are visual learners.
A large boulder, the size of a small boulder. Yes, I've seen the headline.
That one's fucking great. I love it.
But yes, and Vark, you
anyways.
approach the bookshelf. The bookshelf itself has glass doors. When you open them, the hinges squeak something awful. They are rusty as hell, but they open. Catches on a couple points, but you manage to pull it open the rest of the way. And yeah, and there's another swell of sickly sweet air with the very specific smell of books that have not been taken care of well enough. You see some of the spines of them are patchy. Some are sort of just fallen into two halves. And they're not terribly tightly packed on these shelves, but they are sorted by topic with 4 shelves, with the top one being the effects of the corruption, second shelf being the topography of the deep, third one is creatures of the deep. Go, Siren. We'll see. We'll still be here. And what do you call it? The fourth shelf being the deep on the surface. Some of them naturally have the author's names stitched into the binding. Some of them the stitching has come loose and the author's name isn't as legible. The stitching has come loose. Some of them, the names are much more legible, easy to discern, as well as the titles. Which shelf would you like to start with? Well, that's a surprise. Beam to Furry, raiding in. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Thank you very much for bringing
Hello.
your Beam to Fury. Well, thank you. Welcome in. A Pathfinder 2e raid. Welcome in. Thanks for sharing your community with us.
Hello, everyone.
We're playing our own game
Oh,
of
hi.
Pathfinder First Edition. You come into the
Howdy.
most yes, you've come into the most exciting part of the adventure. They're in the library right now, looking at books.
Hey. I want to open the child-sized coffin, not coffin.
Not
It's a
coffin.
child-sized chest with
Coffin.
chains on it.
Mm-hmm. They think there was a misunderstanding where they thought it was a coffin because I called it a casket. Libraries, the perfect thing for nerds like us. Anyway,
Exactly.
welcome in, everybody. Kick your feet up.
May or may not be child sized.
May or may not be child size, so maybe about a 10-year-old, maybe a bit more. Anyway,
No.
yes, thank you for coming on
That's how
by.
old
You
you
guys,
are.
hey, yes. Thank you for coming by. Enjoy yourselves. Relax. If you have to raid and run, I'll understand. Go take care of yourself, and thanks for dropping on by and sharing your community with us. Disregarding, you're absolutely right. It's the size of a halfling. There you go.
The size of a halfling.
If you want to be especially
our
generous,
only
maybe
scope
a
of
maybe a
interest is
slightly
a tall
smaller
halfling.
gnome. Anyway, Vark.
No.
Mhm.
If I remember correctly, the more dangerous stuff is on the top shelves.
That was the logic given for the what do you call it?
Fantasy
The
books.
normal archive outside. Here you got
Yeah,
basically
well, that's
one
true.
bookshelf.
Fair enough. I would actually start in the middle and then work my way towards the left, assuming that the books are stacked in alphabetical order.
Okay, but okay, so you're starting in the middle. Which shelf? Because there are 4. Sorted by
Mm,
topic.
Read them out to me again.
Top shelf is the deepen its corruptive influence. Second shelf
Mhm.
is the topography of the deep. The third
Mhm.
is creatures of the deep, and then the fourth is what was it again? It was the deep on the surface.
I'm gonna go through the deep and its corrupting influence first, but that last one also sounds very interesting, at least in our specific case.
While you're sifting through those books, we go back to Vair and Karya as they are puzzling over this roughly gnome-sized trunk. Karya, how would you like to go about? So you're gonna open up the forbidden, totally not child coffin?
It is
I
with great
believe
regret that I have
so.
to inform you that he has perished upon seeing the coffin.
Oh no! Here I was gonna tell him that it's totally not a vampire inside. Imagine
Totally
deep,
not a
Shadow
lich.
vampire.
deep corrupted
he-
vampires.
He couldn't stand to see the side of this coffin, so he fainted.
Yep.
I assume that the baby has distracted him, so we will move on from
The baby.
The baby.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay, in that case, we move forward with the books that Vark, V for beloved. Anyway, the books that Vark is currently sifting through. Looking through the top shelf, the deep and its corruptive influence. True to the word of the receptionist, there's not a hell of a lot of literature here. And given the state that it's in, you have to assume that there may have been more at some point, but it might have decayed beyond readability. Normally, if a book is looking to be falling apart or aging beyond usability, most archives and scriberies will try to pen it into a new book, but with the obvious danger that these affected tomes present to anybody spending any length of time around them, it might be that nobody even wants to risk potentially propagating this knowledge for fear of the effect it might have on them if they try and copy them onto a new book verbatim. That, and given what he also said about the lifespan and life expectancy of most people who study this stuff, the people who might be the experts on this are probably long since dead, and all their knowledge is concentrated into these books, which are dilapidated and falling apart.
I did have a quick
Oh,
question, and I may have missed. Yeah, no, I apologize. I realized I was muted that whole time, and then I hit unmute, and then it muted me again.
Rip.
I had a question about the display cases specifically. Did I catch a peek of what was in there, or is it just more books?
Well, depends. Some of them look to be bundled up scrolls. One of the display cases looks to be a bone of some sort.
Interesting. Could make a really good handle. Anyways, continue.
There's more display cases would look to be shards of pottery, more like shards of bone. There's one display case which shows what looks to be some sort of like a rusty shield.
Interesting.
Yes, that's it's much of that. It looks like relics from a bygone era, decayed halfway out of existence.
Yeah, that tracks. Okay, well, once everyone has gotten the books, or rather when Vark has gotten the books, I will turn to them, both Siren and Vark, and go, okay, now that you have your reading material, I'm going to see what is within here. The sense that Vair has gotten is, well, I can't say it's the focal point, as this entire area is quite polluted. As Siren, I'm sure the current blinding pain that filled your eyes only moments ago was able to tell you, there is probably something of importance in here, and I believe it begs at least a look.
On the risk of calling you simple-minded, have you checked for a sign saying what might be in there?
I believe it's just a blank chest with chains on it, yeah?
You didn't look too closely.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's fair. I just assumed. I guess I'll look.
Okay.
That's the precaution.
Yeah. You say this at Vark as you're beginning to crack open your first book.
Warning, death ahead.
Yes.
It just says you will die.
If you open this
Death
chest,
in box.
Beware, the gods have taken notice of your crimes.
don't open deep inside. Don't leave open inside.
Yeah.
Vark, you crack open your first book, and given your generally pretty quick capability for reading comprehension, flick through it. It takes a bit with the way that some of the pages seem to be mildewed to make out some of the inking. Some of it's faded, but you're able to page through and squint with it, like a little bit of squinting, a little bit of close inspection, and holding it up to the light to the blue torches. You're eventually able to make out like most of what's in there, and the general breakdown of what this guy collected. This is a scholar by the name of Ainsworth who worked about 230 years ago for the society. Back when it was still, back when it was still seated in Robinow, over in the Gathridge Papacy to the east. The book details several hypotheticals. Talks about the propagation of the deep energies, how it passes from creature to creature, and also several diagrams biological dissective diagrams. This man has cut open humans and elves and halflings that were corrupted by a source of deep, and he goes into detail of how this happened. Specifically, the inciting incident that turned him down the path of researching the deep. His village was attacked by a deep dragon. The effect that the dragon
Is that
had on
dragon named by any chance?
No.
Okay. Moving on, sorry.
One second.
Oh good, oh good.
The dragon itself had no name, for it came through like a natural disaster. And despite the name itself, the creature itself bore only the most superficial draconic markers. This book is, despite being put in the shelf for the deep and its corruptive effects, is not just about that. This is this man's life journey, his thesis of his entire journey from start to finish. Being a young man, growing up in a village in Rosaino. One day when he was 21, a dragon erupted. A deep dragon erupted from the ground. It was massive. It had a shell like a turtle. It had a head like a lion. It breathed toxic mist that twisted people. It had vestigial wings that broke out of shattered, twisted, festering holes in the back of its shell. And despite its turtle body, the limbs that sprouted from the holes in the side themselves also broken open. It seemed weeping pus. It moved with frightening speed on all fours as it would trample everything beneath it, leaving rents in the ground, toxic mist in its wake, and very few survivors. And those that did survive were Ainsworth and what few members of his village didn't immediately perish. All of them were corrupted to varying levels. Ainsworth took the unenviable task upon himself to study this and to catalog and journal it, both the effects it had on the environment around himself, the people, the wildlife, what was left of his village. The people of the papacy sent aid. Indeed, the seat of the gods, the Pope himself, took notice, eventually, thanks to Ainsworth's own writings, which eventually what got him his place in the society. And then it became apparent just how much of an effect simply being in the place had. To the point where when Ainsworth would travel abroad to different academic studios, to universities, to give speeches, to spread awareness of the problem, and then when he would spend any amount of time in one place, he noticed that him simply being there seemed to have a deleterious effect. He would twist the wood in the rooms he would stay in. His pen would dry out and splinter in between his very fingers. Flower beds would wilt as he passed by, and eventually the corruption became so deep-seated that it took his life. As the final page of the book details his last few dying days, about how he'd wished he'd had a chance to spend more time with his loved ones, and how he'd only wished that he'd had more time with the survivors of the village, so that he could delve more into the twisted effect it had on their biology before he had to put them down. And the last missive he left for the authorities of the authorities of the papal the papal police, that they burn and dispose of his body and douse him in what is it? In silver lace laudanum. And they douse the fires in the ashes with silver lace laudanum. The book, in its more academic sections, details bodily diagrams of truly bizarre biology. Questions penciled into the corners of undiscovered heritage. Or one of the things he noticed, and one of the things he cataloged the most, was that he would investigate the lineages of those who were affected by deep corruption, and we would find that sections of their heritage which had been hidden due to scandal or simply a lack of knowledge would often connect with traits that would come out in their bodies, as well as strange, seemingly haphazard mutations, but would also be paired up with what he would call throwback tendency, where there would be a tendency for the deep to bring out old hereditary traits, which, considering who you're standing in the room with, and the story you've heard, makes sense.
Ooh, all right.
The deep dragon itself was eventually put down. It was felled, and it took a great deal of divine intervention from the papal institution itself to cleanse the area on which it stood, which mostly meant divine scorched earth. The body was completely eradicated, save for a small portion which seemed to be unwilling to die. And they did their best to deal with that as thoroughly as they could, until such a time as a solution could be found. Arya, as you pull the massive chains, and they are indeed heavy, they're way heavier than they first would seem to you, even with your impressive strength. They're not made of lead. You can tell by the feeling and the way they don't have the same give. These are rigid. They're made of some sort of alloy that's just far too resistant and incredibly heavy. Like, if someone put lead and gold into an alloy, and just how someone managed to combine the weight of both, it still wouldn't compare. But eventually you manage to pull them free, and you look closer, and the brass plating just below where the lip of the lip of the box is has seemingly been worn smooth.
So it's illegible.
It's illegible and tarnished.
Damn. I know I wasn't able to keep up detect magic because of what happened, but would read magic still count?
If it
Or
was
do
a
you
magical
need-
script, you could.
I see. I guess Cyril will just ask, do you see a sign anywhere, Karya? I think Frey may have fallen asleep.
Arya, you muted? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he fell asleep.
Work your microphone magic. You know. I believe in
He
you.
fell asleep for sure.
But what if Karya was not killed?
Wait, no, he is actually muted on Discord.
Yep. And it says that he is away. Maybe if we scream loud enough. Do we have any loud soundboard sounds?
Maybe we just need to
How
chant
about we
his
don't
name.
try to use those?
Yeah.
Yeah. could just let him sleep.
Well, it may be that the baby required him to step away for a moment.
Could
Maybe.
also be.
That could be.
Um, well, I guess in the meantime, seeing as Vark found a piece of literature, can I also help to look for that kind of knowledge to help us, specifically regarding, I guess since Siren is a healer, how to cure or how to possibly go about
Yeah.
making a cure.
Contain, cure. Yeah.
Yeah, for someone who has this corruption on them.
I'm going to be right back again.
Right.
Yeah, I'll be
Alright.
quick.
Okay. Sorry, I was distracted there for a moment. What were you saying, Siren?
Siren is going to help Vark with the search for knowledge. But seeing as she's a healer, she wants to specifically look for any books or tomes or anything that would say anything regarding how to go about finding a cure for this corruption.
Okay.
Any possibilities on that?
Roll me a heal check.
Oh, nice. Guidance, why not? 26.
6. Looking through the books and looking at the spines you can read. The best shot you seem to have is probably in the top shelf, like deep in its corruptive influence. So, sorting through some of the books, paging through, being careful not to rip any pages out. Indeed, in some of them, you just open the book and a page will fall out. The books you page through, you look for anything that might be something on how to delay, on how to exercise, or even just to halt the corruptive influence. You definitely see that there were strides being made. In fact, there is one book in there that is all about the effect it has on the body, and ways to stymie its encroachment. And that, for a good long while, there were strides in the Papal Church to try and find ways to mess with it. And there is a note in the book, though, that when they started doing their cataloging, it was at a time where the interest was waning, because there was for a time a spat of incidents involving deep corruption and deep creatures that were popping up across the papal nation. And then they stopped.
Huh.
And then when no more of them happened for decades, the popularity of the research waned, as did the stipends. And popes changed, priorities changed. Eventually, people stopped researching it. So strides that were being made were interrupted. Progress that was made stopped. You can tell in the way that they're writing it, there's a deep frustration in the writer's hand, in the way that they press the ink to the page, and descriptions they use for the heads of state who repeatedly denied them any form of grant or funding to carry out that research, as it was not of priority at the time. So that writer eventually, this surgeon, sought out material for themselves and wanted to investigate it firsthand. They found it. They found what they were looking for. And the tone of the book turns almost regretful, as now their knowledge has to be, as a result of the effect the corruption had on them and their investigation into the biology and their attempts to find magic to fight back. Methods, both mundane and magical. The corruption in the living body. But now their written works are relegated to a shunned vault, where he will be cursed to rot until such a time as her findings are gone forever. You do, however, find a method that they managed to work out. This priest surgeon managed to find a way of levying a prayer to their god, what to ask for, basically. Where before, one of them listed is another version, less shamanic, more close to how you would do it for the spell. We call it for the spell, stave off corruption. In this case, there's that, but there's also there's also the spell, which, thanks to reading this over and internalizing it, you now have access to the spell Corruption Resistance.
Ooh. I see. Which I'm assuming helps. It's like cantrip resistance, but more attuned for.
It's a level 2 spell. You touch a creature, and for 10 minutes per caster level, so an hour in your case, that creature gains a limited resistance to damage. The touched creature limited protection from magical effects that inflict damage on the target creature based on the target creature's alignment, usually. In this case, it's slightly different keys. You choose one alignment type, Chaos, Evil, Good, or Law. Subject takes 5 less points of damage from effects that specifically harm creatures in that alignment. The protection increases to 10 points at 7th level and 15 points at 11th. The spell protects recipient's equipment as well. Corruption Resistance protects against spells, spell-like abilities, special abilities, not physical attacks. Corruption Resistance only protects against damage. This in particular would help shield you against creatures that are attacking you specifically. This is not meant for the ambient corruption. This is for corrupt creatures.
Nice. Okay.
There's also notes about methods by which to purge an area of corruption, though the notes are incomplete and would probably have to be expanded upon. There's also notes on a way of which to draw the corruption out of a creature to take it into yourself instead. Then, of course, the Holy Grail. So the next step would be to stop the progression of corruption entirely. Then the Holy Grail of removing that corruption. Though that seems to have been outside the weight class of the author, and likely is probably going to be a bit outside of yours as well. But there are notes here that, if you commit these to memory, might eventually allow you to work out a way by which to do so. The knowledge is incomplete, but it works as a foundation.
Can I say, do you think it would make sense if Siren had like a little field journal on her?
Sure.
Can I say then that I take notes?
Okay. You
Like some healer's notes.
Yeah. you jot down some basic bullet points of what you find in the journal, emphasizing the spells involved.
And that
Okay.
second level spell, is it on the website or is that?
It is on the website.
Okay, gotcha.
Corruption resistance. Yep, it is on the website.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, found it.
It says it's normally available to anti-paladins, inquisitors, and paladins, but it is also available to you.
Mhm.
So, still muted, but Frey, are you back with us yet? Hope you're alive. Please be alive. God, of all the days for his tired ass to be here, it's when we go to the fucking library.
I'll give Free one thing. I don't think he'd fall asleep mid-session.
I think he would because he.
He was exhausted.
He fixed he fixed the freebies sleep schedule, but his is not fixed.
Yeah.
Being the insomniac he is, and so he's been up at night and asleep during the day, and right now it's like 3:40 for him. So. And then he did message me saying that he was wide awake but was so falling asleep.
Okay.
So.
In that case, on that cliffhanger, we will move on to different people.
Okay.
Because I don't feel like... Because opening that box is, well... It kind of suck if the person who's opening the box isn't here for it to be open.
No, absolutely.
So...
I don't mind.
So... Hollow Hollow is still busy pulling a capybara out of the seawater.
I don't think we've checked in with Chico in a bit.
We haven't.
Yeah.
We have not, no.
I sense Sam looking at me with fucking daggers anyway.
Mayhaps.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Well, last I'm aware I was doing, I was going back to the cart with some bird cages.
Hmm?
A bird cage.
Hello.
Yeah, it's alright.
I've completely forgot about those creatures.
Yeah, I forgot they existed.
I sure didn't.
As you have one with you that you show the pet store owner as you return to the cart, and there's the other one still in a basket. When you come up to the cart, and I suppose you put one into one of the bird cages now.
I think I only got one,
But
but it was decently sized.
You got two bird cages, didn't you? One was wood, one was metal.
Yeah,
you got two bird cages and a bag of seed.
All right, I guess I did.
Yeah, you got one in the bird cage, I guess. There's the one in the basket. One bird in the hand, one in the basket. As you come up to the cart, the basket lid lifts up as you see its dopey little face. Hello.
Yeah, about right. Oh, I hate and love these birds.
Let's see.
It's like they're like having an automaton. It's funny. It's hilarious. But God, do you regret it?
I'm gonna do something real quick. Don't do that. And out. What was the name you decided on for your bird?
Did
you?
Bartholomew.
Okay. I think you could decide on a different name, but in lieu of that, yeah, that works.
I don't remember Bartholomew's. You know.
Bartholomew and Frederick, I guess.
I know that the one that Hollow Hollow was Hoopo Hoopo.
Yeah, Hoopo. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, Bartholomew.
There we go. And okay,
You shall refer to him by his full name at all times.
I'm just gonna drop these here. Now that they are, as they are now part of the party.
My God.
Uh,
Look at their little faces. At the little boys.
I have seen things you people wouldn't believe.
They've seen too much. They've
Mhm.
seen God. And one of them, literally.
You think? Therefore, me am.
Don't remind me.
Your own actions will be your
Can
reminder.
Can I say that over time, Siren will secretly teach, I guess, Bartholomew how to sing Sweet Caroline?
You will not, because we will not risk copyright strikes.
No, I'll
Please.
D&Dify it. So it'll be like, I don't know, sweet gnome of mine. And then it'll go ba ba ba.
Ha ha la.
Oh,
Wonderful.
so many regrets are filling up as we speak.
Are you
We-
Regrets
caging?
we're
are
about-
piling.
Are you caging
We're about
Hoopo
to walk a
Hoopo?
really fine line by going that way.
Are you caging Hoopo Hoopo?
For safety's sake, yes.
Wonderful. Out of the basket.
Hold on, at the beach, remember?
Is he at the beach?
Oh yeah,
with you?
no, yeah, he is.
Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, never mind.
Okay.
So,
In that case, gloss over that entirely. You've now caged the bird, and I guess dropped it off at the cart.
Yep. I wanna cast cantrip.
Mhm.
And find something to write on. Like, I think if I recall correctly.
I mean, in the supplies of the fucking wagon, there's probably no end of writing utensils and blank paper.
Oh no, never mind. I was going to use arcane mark because I thought you could write more with it, but only 6 characters at a time. I guess I could still do it. I'd have to cast it multiple times.
Right, Bart.
Yeah, no, but mimic something. I'll put on a piece of paper or board or something. This bird mimics. Just in case someone hears "hello" and goes like, "What's going on?"
Okay, so you
It's
put
just
that
a mimic bird.
put that on the cage. Anything else you want to do after that?
I guess I'm gonna go try. Because no one else is at the card, are they?
Nope.
That's safe.
Well. I mean, carts are gonna be parked either which way, so eventually it's gonna happen. But anyways, that point, I guess.
Oh yeah, we do have alarm spells and stuff.
I mean, I could cast alarm. Yeah, I could.
Whatever you want. I
That's
don't
not
have
a bad
access to it.
idea. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Before I leave, thank you, voice in my head.
Reminding me of my
Before-
spells.
Yeah. Something, arcane point. Change one of my spells to alarm, just to cast it. Put on the cart, 2 hours.
When you said
level.
thanks, voice inside my head, Grim responded with no problem.
Oh, I don't like that voice. That voice particularly I don't like.
I hear the voice.
He's a
The
friend.
voice-
He helps you.
No,
No.
it's an intrusive voice.
It's an intrusive voice who
It's
sends
the intrusive thoughts
who makes
winning.
mean images. That's an intrusive voice that sends mean images.
It's intrusive thought, but thought spelled THOT. Intrusive thought.
Thought.
yeah, fair enough. Anyways, alarm the cart. it's just the activation is going to be, I guess, anyone. Just I think what are the
Cranky foxes get
yourself?
cratered again.
see that's the reason why I don't like that I don't like that voice.
You don't like being
mean.
Yamcha?
No.
Me neither. Understandable. Continue.
Yeah, so alarm. Isn't one of the things this trigger condition?
Yes.
Like,
you can set it to have a password. You can set it to respond to certain types of creatures. Whatever.
Yeah, I just want it to, if someone crosses the barrier, it goes off.
Okay.
Anyone.
All right. Okay then.
Oh, yeah. The cart's alarmed, rigged.
Maria, for her part, who is
notes-
still tagging along, notices you doing that, approves of the action, but is noticeably somewhat off-put that there is nobody here.
I agree 100%. I wonder where everyone went.
Knowing that he would have been by the ocean.
Well, yeah, but I mean, everyone else. You know, our group of like 8 or 7.
No. Who are they again?
Party? What party?
Yeah, party who?
Who?
Yeah, I'm out here looking for some 304s in the Rose District.
Well,
Damn.
Yeah, damn. Well,
Mallory's living that pimp life. Anyway,
I guess for the sakes of doing things, I guess I'm gonna say it's a cart because I have nothing else to do really. Because I just need one of the bird cages, got those, and I guess just sit in the back and rest because you really get a chance to do that. You know, besides being on the road all day.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna say there's what you call it? Holo did say he would be down by the docks. Several people said they would be at the society. Of all the people who are probably still in place, considering you know how long the ritual takes, Holo would still be there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, if you just wanna kick it back, like rent a room
Yes.
at an inn, or just stick around in the cart, it's perfectly open for you to do.
Actually, you know what I'll do right now?
What's that?
Simple, very something simplistic. I'm gonna get supplies, not like a whole camping set, like this essentially a sleeping bag.
Okay.
So
some basic
because-
camping supplies.
Yeah, just so I can essentially set up camp inside the cart. A one person camp, just for a bed, so I can. Because I'm noticing a trend already.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to be. Yeah, I tend to be alone in the cart decently often. So you know, might as well make it
I
comfortable.
mean, you're not alone. Maria is there.
Of course, but
Well, they disregard Maria.
But she's an
I'm alone
NPC,
in the
right? So
cart.
she doesn't really count.
Yeah, for all intents and
Well,
purposes, you're alone.
and now, for all intents and purposes, the majority of the party isn't here, and since I'm alone with little people around me,
How dare you? She's a
contradicting-
halfling, but she's not little.
Whoa.
Wow.
Damn, Jack.
Racism.
Chico racist?
God. Anyway.
I love you, system. Cool. No.
Can't say shit nowadays.
I know. Gonna get canceled.
Culture
Everything's
wins
a gotcha
again.
nowadays.
The only thing small about you, little fox, is your heart.
Ooh.
Oh.
And your
Terrible
brain.
Grinch.
Whoa.
Oh.
And your swim rolls. Oh!
Ah!
Ooh. Oh, that one's close to home. Jeez.
Ow! Holy
Anything
shit!
else? Anything else, short stack?
That doesn't sound like it. Anyway. So
Anyways,
you would like to go do some basic shopping.
Yeah, just essentially get some. I guess that's a sleeping bag, some blankets.
Okay.
Some soft stuff like in like a temporary
Blankets, a pillow, maybe.
bed. Yeah. A temporary bed in the cart.
The cart is many things, but soft it is not. So you're probably going to have to look for some decent
Exactly.
padding. Yeah, sometimes
Link
sometimes I
to the
forget
road.
I sometimes forget that the wagon is armored with bullet hide.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely would draw some
I
looks.
completely forgot about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no, we have almost a
Bullet
bulletproof
plating.
APC for a cart.
Bulletproof bullet plating.
Bulletproof.
Why do we do this every time we have a vehicle that's like a tank?
We
Let
don't
me
do this every single
see.
time because the van is not armored.
Hey, you
I
can still
mean-
run someone over with it.
That's true. We did
So,
plow.
yeah,
we
yeah.
did plow through a police checkpoint. Anyway,
Technically true, yes.
you're gonna go up. Honestly, just roll me a perception. See if you can spot.
Alright,
Because it's not always like general stores are general stores. They don't always carry these kinds of things. Looking for an adventure or a camping supply store shouldn't be too difficult in a city this big.
What's it called? Perception. Bonk.
Not bad. It does lead you away a little bit.
Where's the nearest Hobby Lobby?
There's Hobby Lobby. God. No, you're going to a Globetrotter. Your search does pull you a little bit away from the where the stable is, which is towards the entrance of the city. It pulls you off a little bit to the direction, a little further towards the docks, but not directly onto their eve. They're not intense in carts, huh? The search for a store with some camping supplies takes you a little bit afield from the cart, not too far, but enough that it brings you into another district. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be many stores currently open nor stocked with that kind of thing towards the entrance. Following your nose, proverbially speaking, you do find yourself more towards the merchant's quarter. What's that? Naranja. Thank you for following. Naranja 2K13. Thank you very much. As you find your way towards the... you find yourself before the... Getting myself again. Find yourself before the steps of a relatively small store. Nothing too fancy. Stepping in, bell rings above you, and on the walls there are shelves with various things on offer. You see stuff like emergency whistles and bells, and yes, sleeping rolls and bags and sacks and 10-foot poles. Yes, everything you could potentially need.
Well, immediately I'm drawn towards the rolls and sleeping bags, essentially. Oh, I like to go over and just inspect them, see what's up.
Okay. It's about what you could expect. Of course, you are living in a world where there are no factories pumping these things out. So each of these is hand stitched. They assume to be stuffed with down of some sort upon giving them a squeeze. They're soft. They seem like they would probably keep warmth in decently. There are the padding rolls, which you would put underneath a sleeping bag or a sleeping roll. As well as what look to be winter blankets and even what looks to be a small downy pillow.
Well, I guess I'll take that. I guess I'll take a little bit of everything.
Okay. Take one of each. You bring it over to the desk, behind which is just an older gentleman with a salt and pepper beard that comes down to his chest, balding with a flat cap kind of perched on the very very crown of his head, not really pulled too tight over. as he's puffing on a little corn cob pipe, leaning back in his chair. When you deposit the stuff on the table, he takes the pipe out of his mouth, puts down what looks to be a paper, possibly newspaper, but puts it down fairly quickly. Looks at what you've got on the table, seems to do a bit of mental math, and then says, "Oh, well, okay then. That will be that'd be 1 silver and 2 copper pieces, please."
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. 1 silver and wait, what was it? 1 silver, 12 coppers.
1 silver, 2 coppers.
2 coppers. There. All right.
Thank you for your business. And
Thank you for selling.
As he gives you a little wave with the as you're starting to like grab this stuff and like pick it up, the door behind you jingles. Maria seems to turn around to look at who's coming through. Obviously, she's on the lookout just for security's sake. She seems to stop for a moment and then turns to look up at you, and then you hear something that you were not expecting to hear.
What is that?
Titan common. Your own language.
Okay.
As you can hear very clearly.
Ooh.
My lady, we must not tarry here. I understand, but we need to make sure that we're stocked up on supplies if we're going to be this far afield in the foreign lands. My lady, this is entirely too dangerous. We have a mission. Understand, but we need supplies. And then look up. Actually, question: what form are you in currently?
Kitsune form.
I see.
Foxy lady.
Because I remember,
Yeah.
I remember before this, there was a portion where you were like, she's Chikomo, she's too overloaded right now to deal with any of this bullshit. Fuck it.
Yes, but still, that's within company.
Mm-hmm.
She's so desperate.
She's in the city
It's-
now.
Yeah, it's easy enough to fake it around strangers comparatively to people who she's been around to for a fucking year.
Mm. Yeah. So you're currently in. would be-
Yes, it is Aiko.
Echo form. Yes. You hear this, catching your vulpine ears. And as he's tallying the money up, and you're, what do you call it? You're grabbing the things. It's a sleeping mat and a sleeping roll can be fairly bulky, especially for a fairly slight woman such as yourself. And so you hear what sounds like one set of footsteps that are very lightly treading behind you, another which are heavy and tromping. As the what is it? As the conversation continues. Lady, I don't trust these wares. You know how I feel about this. Yes, I understand that. But our nation was built on the backbone of trade and understanding and trust. You really think? But look at these. They're shoddy and strange and made of itchy materials. Where's the silk? This is all wool. Which the gentler, softer voice says, that is not a matter of inferior materials as a result of being a field. You are simply too used to the good life. My lady, I am a Spartan warrior. You sleep on silken bed sheets. Do not lecture me. Who is Spartan? To which the rougher voice then goes mum.
Upon hearing this, what do I know about Spartan warriors, as he so proclaimed himself to be?
Spartan in this case being an adjective, not a title. The word in this case translates to an austere warrior, someone who is needs little and needs little and wants even less. Someone who lives a life devoid of luxuries, focusing only on duty.
I see. Okay. Second question. This is, in case it wasn't too obvious, this is a very uncomfortable situation to be in.
Yes.
Um,
It's almost like I did this on purpose.
It's almost like it's done on purpose by someone. Interesting how that works, isn't it? Anyways, have I seen these two yet?
No, unless you've turned around.
Oh, I'm gonna turn around.
Okay. Two figures of resemblance that you have not seen in something like a year. But very familiar to you from your time at home. While you lived further to the north, which was a more human-influenced set of nations, the presence of elves and half-elves there was still ubiquitous. And the interblending of cultures over the course of centuries resulted in a melting pot of two cultures becoming one. These guys are obviously from the Southern Titans Arm. The one with the gentler voice, currently perusing the shelves, is a young, but honestly, with elves, that's often deceptive. Her resemblance is very different from the elves you've seen around the continent here. Her features are slimmer and sharper, her ears are longer, her hair comes down in a waterfall of black waves that go down her back and over her shoulders. Her kimono, for that is what it is, it's not simply a set of robes, it is a full kimono, drapes down her body in long sleeves that cover her hands. Clearly somebody of noble station. If you had to guess, probably the direct descendant of a dryad, given the way she's definitely not simply dressed. Especially for being this far from home, being dressed that richly speaks to somebody of noble birth. The woman next to her is someone that looks more half-elven, though she still has that sharp-featured look. She's taller, shoulders are broader, she stands in armor that sticks out like a sore thumb here. It's what some people here might refer to as a strange form of lamellar, but is in fact yoroi armor. The cloth wood plate and metal plate sectioned armor that is typical of the honor guard and the warriors of the Southern Titans Arm. What you would attribute to what samurai would wear.
I see.
And on her hip, she has two curved blades. One is short, one is long. Clearly, a warrior of high station. For what it looks like, a personal bodyguard to this noble girl.
I'm gonna take a deep breath. Very as subtly as I can. And I'm going to try and walk out.
Okay. Are you gonna try and walk out without being noticed?
I'm just gonna try my best to walk out like a normal person would.
Roll me stealth. Or, actually, let me check real quick. Is this a thing? You roll me bluff.
Well, doesn't really matter, honestly. Both are the same modifier. Oh boy.
Now this is intense. As you stock still with arms full of camping supplies, Say thank you.
Is it about time to...
Thank you for selling. Goodbye,
Is it-
and turn to make your way out of the shop.
Is now a bad time to mention that my sleeve of what was it? Many garments, is it? That's what it's called?
Maybe these elves' vision is based on movement.
I was
Too bad
about
I'm
to
moving.
say, I forgot you
Yeah.
even had that.
Oh, hey, you're awake.
Yeah, I don't.
Hey, you live.
Is it bad to mention my outfit probably would be something from the Titans are?
Oh boy.
Is that a bad time to mention
That's
that?
a circumstantial negative on the stealth check.
Yeah.
Hey, pretend to be a weeaboo. Pretend to be a weeaboo. It's okay. Pretend.
Oh, hello. Yes. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Oh, God. All right.
Listen, if we're gonna play ball, we're gonna play ball.
We ballin', baby. As you
I can't. If a situation's got to be bad, I'm gonna. You know what? Laying all the cards on the table. Realistically, I probably. Oh, no.
okay, now again, but a decibel lower.
Okay. Oh me, oh my. If the situation is bad, I might as well lay all the cards on the table. And as such, more than likely, in a realistic situation, my sleeve of many garments would be portraying Aiko
That bit I got.
in a traditional Titan's arm garb.
That much I got. What came
Oh
after
me,
that?
oh my. Oh me, oh my. Woe is me.
Oh dear.
The end.
Okay. Because there was that bit where your voice went real high and I didn't understand it.
Yes.
You
There's
also,
a
I think you
wonderful
might have
thing
had your
called
hand in your
fear.
faces. Or your face in your hands.
I
That was the
did.
panic screech.
Yes.
Do the hustle.
Both those situations were true and valid.
Hmm.
My voice was getting higher as my face was getting covered.
But can we get much higher?
So high.
Your outfit immediately turns into a one piece. Ayo. But no. The
Yeah,
arms full of camping supplies. Wanting nothing more than to get back into the cart and snuggle into it and just have your own little sleep pit.
that was
Unfortunately-
the original goal. Now it's get away, get away, get away, get away, get away.
Now, life has other plans for you. As
Thanks, life.
life is a dick like that. But yes, you turn
It
to go
really
leave the
is.
store. Thank you for your business and go to course out. And that seems to catch the attention of the only other customers in the store at the moment. Previously
Yeah.
focused on the
Yeah.
shelving, now finally aware that there's somebody else in the store. Maria, for her part, seems to be a little bit wigged out by your sudden... Like, you're not normally super polite, except when you're in the Ico persona. But your sudden, like, curtness and the immediate need to leave has her on edge immediately. Then the elven noble and the warrior turn you as you vocalize yourself and you go to stride outside the door. And then there's an immediate in your native language word of... Well, I didn't know that we had a Gitsune aboard the ship. As she immediately approaches and she says, "Are you from aboard the Dryad ship? I didn't see you on board. It is large, but I didn't know we had one of your distinction along with us."
100% panic.
And then there's Maria
All right.
next to you. It's just a look of what the fuck is she saying?
I'm gonna clear my throat. I'm gonna seal face and go. First to my companion and Maria,
Meanwhile,
was it?
Maria. Meanwhile, the bodyguard is going up to her charge and lady, they're strangers. You need to talk to them. Shh. Trying to make small talk.
I'm going to say to Maria. It seems I've been misidentified. She's asking if I've come from the Dryad ship that apparently is. I'm going to assume.
Are we
stopped.
speaking Gathridge Common? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She gives a
what's
little
your name?
embarrassed bow. Says, and us now come up with a name.
Betsy.
Betsy from the Titan's Arm. Betsy Hime. Yeah, fuck it, why not? The people from the people back home call me.
Kaguya? Okay.
I'm named for the moon on high, your most holiness.
Okay. Okay. Hello there, Miss Kaguya. My name's Aiko.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Aiko. This is my lady in waiting and bodyguard. She is she's taciturn, but she is good company and ever loyal. Is this your protege? That's what she says. Just for a second, Maria seems to look at her baffled and says, "Oh no, okay. I am not her bodyguard. My name is Lady Maria of the." For a second, she seems to struggle for a moment. You could tell lying is not in her blood, and then she says,
She's Lady Marie, friend of mine.
From the Barn Owl Mercenary Company." Says, "Oh, mercenary guide. I see. When in strange lands, one must do what one must do. Not all of us are blessed with personal bodyguards." It gives Maria a nod, and then turns to you and says, "So I take that to mean you are not from the ship, so you have been here on the continent for some time then, or are you simply passing through another way?" So rare I get to speak to people who've gone native.
Sorry for not answering your question earlier, but yes, I am not part of your dryad ship that I assume you came here with.
It's very exciting.
I have been on the road for a year or so, and I just managed to stop here today. We're not going to be here too much longer. Me and my cohorts are going to be on the move quite again soon.
You live a life of mobility and adventure, then.
Yes.
So very exciting. Unfortunately, I'm always never given much time when on land to make any forays out. I'm always out. I'm given shore leave for perhaps a couple of hours before then. My ever responsible guide, she nods over to the bodyguard, makes sure I'm back in time before we set off again. It's like, "My lady, we know why we cannot tarry." "Yes, I know, but it would be nice to spend a bit more time on shore. The most time I've spent on land since we left was when we shipwrecked on that island. Was it the Ute? Even then, it was nothing but other elves. My lady, I understand your discontent, but we have a purpose. No, and the purpose takes precedent. I'm very sorry. That whole exchange was in Titan Common, so Maria didn't catch any of it. I'm very sorry. We have some disagreements sometimes, but still, you say you're on the move. Are you chartering your ship out? Are you on the go here on the continent?
I'm here on the go on the continent.
What's
me
it
and
like? She takes a step forward. She's now in your personal space.
On the inside, I'm wiping my brow.
She's like, "What's it like? I hear so much about the flower language in these countries, and the food, and the novel methods of rulership, and is it true that they do business with dwarves here?"
It's very clear that Aiko is
Uncomfortable.
a little flabbergasted. As for why, who knows? Excuse me. I'm not too used to people. I'm not too used to people being my my personal space. She'll take a step back.
I'm so sorry. She takes a step back as well. And she brings up her very long sleeves to cover her mouth as she's obviously she gives another very short bow in apology. I'm very sorry.
I'm gonna little nod back. Well, to try to answer a lot of your questions, it is a lot of what you speak. A lot of places here don't really care who you are as long as you have money and are willing to trade. As for the language, truly, it is something to get used to at first, but if you're on the field as long as I have been, you get used to it more and more. As for the flower language, when I get flashbacks to the flower festival I was so lovely invited to.
Well, the flower festival was fine. It was the harvest festival.
Oh, harvest festival. Well, hey, funny enough, they want to get confused anyways. So yeah, flowers. The language of the flowers here is something interesting. I wouldn't go. On my travels, I've seen some things, and I'm keeping my distance from most of the flowers for now.
That's such a shame. There's such variety here that I hear of all the time. Did you know that they have dedicated different festivals within each country, venerating their particular flowers of their national flowers, and they cycle throughout the seasons. One celebrates in winter, one in spring, one in summer, and one in autumn. Well,
Unfortunately, I have dies in not knowing culture.
You've been here for so long. Of course, you would know everything about this place.
Yeah.
Still, I do so want to hear. I want to learn about the people here and their traditions, and if I had the opportunity, I would share mine as well. I would love nothing more than for there to be a bridge between these nations. But some of the nobles I've spoken to here that managed to catch the attention of my bodyguard pulled me away from immediately. And those I was able to get a word in edgewise with, they blew me off. They wanted to hear nothing of it. They said they were entirely too occupied with the conflict between them and the Empire to the north. So they had no time for my girlish fancies. It's very disheartening, but I suppose that's diplomacy for you.
Diplomacy. So I'm going to make an assumption here. A young noble here, this young lady here is a noble that essentially wants to break tradition and be more inclusive, from what it sounds like.
I mean, you know from your time in the Titan's Arm that it was never a terribly exclusive nation. They're very hospitable and very welcoming people. They're very kind and they're very hospitable. The problem is they're very far removed. They're very set in their ways, and generally speaking, they're not too wise to. Well, they're not too world-wise because they're not too used to change. Any change that a lot of the people, at least in the southern Titan's Arm experience, tends to be over long, protracted periods of time because the main population there, at least for a very long time, and the cultural flow and the mental the mental expectations ingrained in the culture come from dryads and elves. which are very long-lived, don't tend, and their lives flow much slower than even half elves and especially humans. So there's a bit of a disconnect there, but not for a lack of trying. So it's not that the Titan's Arm people are terribly exclusive. There's just a lack of constant communication and understanding. There's a cultural disconnect. In her case, it very much seems like she's incredibly curious, ravenous for knowledge, and wants to establish a bridge between her home and other places to enrich herself and enrich her nation. It's not an uncommon notion in the Titan's Arm. It's just sometimes seen as a bit unrealistic because of the sheer distance people have to go just to get there. There's a whole hunk of ocean that people have to cross, and it's not always safe. Even on boats like the Dryad ships, which are very secure. They're some of the safest ships on the sea. The only problem is there's something like 50 of them in the world.
Yep, and as she mentioned before, offhandedly, not towards Aiko, it crashed on Jute. So they're capable of crashing.
Yeah,
cool.
They're still subject to the tides. They're very resilient.
Yeah.
But the amount of force that the ocean. Also, yes, I was hearing meow too, Ari. I believe that was on one of the players' sides. But yes, it did shipwreck because no matter how secure your ship is, nothing can beat the sheer force of the ocean itself.
That's completely fair. All right, I've gotten my round on this little lass, and the fear is subsiding because I can very much. I'm starting to get the image of this girl is, I want to say harmless, but she did mention something about being a noble, right? In that last sentence.
Something along that line.
But you never just insight. There's no insight.
We're also here to kill this fox lady by the name of Aiko. Do you know who she is?
She introduced herself as Aiko. If they were going to kill her, they would have killed her.
If they were looking for out on them for about 30,000 gold.
No, they'd be looking for someone named Chaiko.
Yes.
And I'm Aiko, completely different person.
The noble girl Kaguya continues to waffle on as she continues and says, "Back home we have equally wonderful festivals, but I grew so tired of them. One of the only ones I really liked was the Artisan Festival up north, but they discontinued that due to the accident not a year ago. By the way, what brought you here this fall?"
Well, so it begins.
Hey, so you know that fear that was starting to
no longer subsiding.
No longer subsiding.
Now it's back.
Upon hearing the Artisans Festival, Aiko's going to get she's gonna kind of catch her throat for something.
Are the hairs on her tail standing on end?
Yes.
So, like Maria to your side, like she's looking up to you. She's keeping quiet for the most part. Then you see her eyes drop a little bit. She looks aside. Then does a double take, and you feel a small hand on your bushy tail just kind of push it down out of sight.
The Artisans Festival. Yes. It is a shame that's no longer continuing. I've been away for such a long time.
Yes, you said about a year, correct? Or is that simply how long you've been here on this continent?
Out of character. No, out of character.
It's been about 2 years since we all met. Not all met. I'm sorry. It probably since backstory stuff because we've been traveling.
Traveling for a year. So how far would I have been away from Titan's Arm? Because at this point, about 2 years should have passed. About 2 years, right?
Yeah, about 2 years between now and when your backstory kicked off. When you left the Titans. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, shame, huh? Anyways, yes, I left the Titan's arm about a year ago, actually.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. I must have missed it. I must have just missed the event stopping.
Oh, I almost envy you. You managed to. You would have seen it before the unfortunate incident would have happened, I believe. I was not there for it myself, unfortunately, but the family duties kept me occupied the last year. And so I was looking forward to the next year, and then I went there and I found that the festival had been discontinued.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened? The incident, if you don't mind me asking.
It's unfortunately the being very very community-minded town, when I intended to inquire, people were not very forthcoming with the details. Supposedly, though, there was, as was custom, it was the festival featured some of the greatest artisans from across the Arm, all gathering to show off their greatest work of that year, to be judged by master craftsmen and smiths and architects. Each masters of their discipline, they would stand as a jury to judge the works of the different aspiring craftsmen. Being the village of artisanry itself, it was no surprise that the favorite for the year was a venerable and well-respected man. But unfortunately, it seemed I did not fully get what happened. But supposedly, he must have erred in his process, and it resulted in tragedy. There were injuries and supposedly even a couple of lives lost in the aftermath. And then it came to light that it might have been his daughter that tampered with his work. I do not know why she would do that, but jealousy, feeling of inadequacy, I could not imagine would lead to a daughter sabotaging her father in such a way. But like a spirit in the night, she absconded. She was gone. Not a couple of days later. And then, more than that, I do not know. He was put on trial, passed away due to his injuries not too long afterwards. And with the way that Bismarck's judicial system works by succession. With him passed away, more scrutiny was put onto the daughter. Whether or not she interfered with it, his inability to identify the fault in his own creation that led to the harm and potential death of others was laid at her feet. Last I checked, or last I heard, they were still looking for her. But she disappeared. But anyway, that is not too relevant a
But
topic. for this.
anyway,
Yes. That is such a gloomy topic to discuss. We are far from home, soaking in the beauty of these floral cities and countries. Let us not pay too much mind to such bedevilment. We are here to broaden our horizons and enrich ourselves. Speak of the dead can be for the priestesses. Actually, speaking of which, Aiko is a priestess, isn't she?
She pretends to be.
Yeah,
But remember, she's not dressed like that right now.
Right. Yeah, you're no longer in your nun gown. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
So, about that information.
Mhm.
Aiko is stunned. She is visibly not there.
Oh.
Um.
Oh no.
Yeah. She had no idea her father was dead.
What? Aiko is the person of the story just now? I can't believe it.
What? There was no foreshadowing for that. Never. Anyway,
Never.
on a completely unrelated
yeah.
topic, the samurai lady to the noble girl's side, to Kaguya's side, gives you an odd look. And Kaguya herself is saying it as she tries to, change the topic, sees you not respond at your 1,000-yard stances. Miss Aiko, are you okay? And then Maria, in her part, seems to think for a second. Her hand on your tail tightens, and there's a squeeze, and there's a shot of pain up your spine.
I'm sorry. She at this point, I'm just my leg's still weak. I'm leaning against the wall. If that means
Maria takes over. It's like, oh dear, it seems Aiko's a bit exhausted. We've been walking around so much today. I'm very sorry we have to cut this short, but we need to get back to our inn room. As Maria says, we're doing her best approximation of a bow as she's seen from the lady in question and from yourself. Gives a sloppy bow to the lady and to the samurai and says, "It's been very nice meeting the both of you, but it seems like Aiko's a bit exhausted right now." As she then, with her squat strength, takes you by one hand, by the hem of your robe, of your kimono, or your robe, and then begins to tug you out the door of the shop.
There's no resistance.
There's a sort of, well, please take care and do rest well, and then the door shuts as you're leaving. Maria pulls you the rest of the way. It doesn't say a word until you get back to the wagon, where she takes the stuff out of your arms, assuming there's no resistance.
Nope, none at all.
Undoes the fresh bedroll. The mat, lays it out in the cart, takes you by the hand, lays you down, puts the blanket over you, puts the pillow underneath you, and then just sits by your side. The mental alarm, by the way, goes off in your head as the criteria of anybody entering the cart goes off.
Yeah, cool. Don't hear it.
Yeah. As she takes a seat on one of the benches in the wagon, and then just sits there with her hands folded. It's about 5 minutes. She gives you about 5 minutes of quiet before she then says, "Are you okay?"
He's
asleep.
Sorry. I just got Addie to fall asleep.
It's okay.
I'm here.
Okay. As she then thinks for a second. Let's see. As she then scoots up the bench a little bit, takes one of your pale hands in hand, holds it between her two small ones, squeezes. She says, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss."
Oh.
And that's where we cutscene.
Oh.
Ooh. Welcome back, Frey.
Welcome back, Frey.
Hello. Yes, sorry I've been mostly muted. I was trying to lull the baby to sleep, and then I blinked, and I realized I was more tired than I thought, and I woke up 10 minutes later. I just had a micro sleep. I apologize.
It's a micro nap. But yes.
10-minute nap, yeah.
Grim, unfortunately, was to a degree correct. Checo got cratered again, only emotionally this time.
Oh, good.
Let's see. Very sorry. Holo. I'm very sorry your ritual takes 8 hours. It is, however, as time
No,
wavers
Holo
on.
Holo's just surrounded by like hordes of dead seagulls or like beat up seagulls.
Nice.
I'm gonna cause a riot. I'm gonna cause a riot.
Oh boy.
I got a jar of dirt. No, okay.
Please leave a message in this one. Or at least maybe. Yes.
Please leave a message after the beep.
Please leave a message after the beep. Hello. God. Emotional support. Hello. Right. Hello. You finally managed to complete the ritual. Kaiser Chiefs. Nice. As from the waves come Haka and Lolo. As they shake themselves off, look you in the eyes and say, worth it.
Great to see you're back. Holo Holo says he has like one hand around the seagull's throat and like various like feathers in his hair. He looks completely ragged.
Meanwhile, Paka
Prepare
and
for
Lolo
some
they go up
fruit.
to the bowl and just start chomping on the fruit.
He's just gonna let the seagull go. What is Are they gonna talk about the new friend, the Hoobo, that's just kind of sitting there as well?
The bird turns to look at the two capybaras as they're munching on the fruit. Hello. The two capybaras look up from their food, go back to eating the fruit, and there's just a feeling, an empathic feeling of not right now. Can't deal with this.
You lose your familiars for like half a week, and you already replace them with another animal.
Yes.
For
How
shame.
dare you.
Unfortunately, they don't have the intelligence to be familiars. So Bakalolo's positions are secure. But yes, oh god, I'm tempted to have Lolo ask whether or not you'd spare a seagull. But yes, you finally have your familiar back. Now we'll move over to one who I've been thoroughly neglecting throughout the session, I think.
No, it's all right.
We go to Flick.
Yes.
You found a fight club. It doesn't look like it's a terribly well put together one. It just seems like a bunch of random roughs from off the street decided to start poking each other with sharp sticks.
Yeah, it's very much a fight club in the same way that like a school club is a fight club.
Yeah. It really just seems like a rough collection of vagrants with swords. Just maybe one guy just started maybe the two guys just started fighting in the back alley at some point, and then people just started taking turns. Irish stick fighting dojo. Yes. Taught by the School of Hard Knocks. Yes. Overall, it's really nothing structured. It's just these guys just seem to have found a place to stab each other. Do you want to participate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, in Flick's mind, he's thinking that at least one of these guys has to know where a fellow named Santiago is.
Okay.
Or at least something to go off of.
So you approach. One of the guys off the side says, "Minimum 1 gold buy-in if you want in."
There's space for one more? I say as I step up. Hand kind of on the pommel of my rapier.
If you want in, you gotta buy in. Minimum 1 gold.
I take 1 gold out of my pocket and flick it towards him.
Yep. Scarred shaved head, looking tough. He's snatches the coin out of the air, flips it into his pocket, and says, wait until a spot opens up. Either somebody dies or somebody surrenders. Slide on in. Fight whoever takes you.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
So yeah, it goes like that for a little bit. People call dibs to get in on the fighting. And eventually there is a lull where there's one guy. He's got a couple of scratches across his chest. You see that his white blouse is slashed in a couple places. You see a bit of blood seeping through it. The red shirt, obviously, as is standard here, helping to hide how much he might have bled. You wonder perhaps if that might have some cultural significance. Actually, that's not up to me. It's not up to me whether you wonder something or not. It's up to you. I mentioned there is a gap as he's taking a breather. The guy seems, he's got there's a table off to the side where there is a keg of some sort as well as a barrel of water, where she just takes a mug, scoops it into the barrel, and just douses himself in it before then taking some more and gulping it down. All right. Who's the next taker? As this man, he's got a short crop of hair. He's now sliced up blouse, a pair of loose slacks, and a pair of leather shoes. Sort of 5 o'clock shadow, and one not shoddy looking steel rapier in hand. Brazenly, arms out, mug in one hand, rapier in the other, inviting anybody to challenge him.
Look, not one to back down from a something like this, despite his predicament, will step forward.
Okay. Ah, new taker. New fresh face, too. I haven't seen you around here. You're not local.
That would be correct. I'm not.
Excellent. Well, stranger, what's your name?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Playing coy, are we? I call you Catfish. You got a face to match it.
You gotta say you're a little bit on the money with that.
Oh.
More than you know.
I don't know if that means you wallow in the mud or if you're native to the water. Either way, how about you?
How about you? And I draw. I think I still have my other rapier, don't I?
I don't see why
The
you wouldn't.
masterwork. Yeah. I'll draw the masterwork because Lord knows I don't want to sick blot on these guys.
Also,
You
from
also
what you
have
remember,
adapt.
they're also
Who will?
also remember that they, from what you know, that they are recognizable, especially to people in the dueling sphere.
So in that case, I'd probably be doing my best to try and conceal blot. Probably doing something like kind of like what Geralt does with his 2 swords. Kind of have them in like side by side holsters
Interesting.
or sheaths in this case.
Okay. All right. Very quickly, roll me initiative.
Ah. Initiative.
Initiative.
Ooh.
Not the best. In fact, the worst. He does beat you, so he does go first. However, rather than striking at you immediately, he instead flourishes the tip of his rapier as he assumes his stance and says, "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" As he is going to respond to you.
Guys, help! I'm being racially profiled. No, I'm kidding.
Yes. He spends his turn just taunting and mocking you. And it's your turn.
All right, on my turn, I rapidly draw my own blade and go for a swing.
Okay. So from
Yeah, in one fluid motion,
from
almost.
sheath to stab in one motion.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Cat got your tongue. Flick immediately pierces his tongue.
It's like
You
it's
know
like that
that-
scene
you
in
know
it's like that scene in one of the Indiana Jones films where a guy's like flourishing a blade in front of Indy, and then Indy just pulls out his gun and shoots him.
you know those like scenes from like a variety of cartoons where it's like the two swordsmen they're about to duel and then like with like one very quick swipe, like all his clothes get like ripped to shreds and he's left in his underwear.
Like those two critical strikes for 18 each for a total of 36 damage. Actually, no. The first one does not confirm the crit because it rolls a 14, unfortunately. However,
Second one does.
the second one does confirm, so for a total of 27 damage. The 36 would have been able to actually put him fairly decently into the negative. The 20, the 27
7.
is just enough to put him down. How do you want to eliminate this man immediately?
A quick,
Oh my!
a quick 2-shot, one to the abdomen, one to above, a little bit above the chest, like in the shoulder.
Okay.
So
So your, say, what was that again? There was one across the chest, one then across the shoulder.
yeah, one in kind of like the abdominal region,
Mhm.
and then one in like his shoulder.
So your first strike, he shifts to the side just in time, seeing you come lunging forward from right from the sheath. As the blade plunges into his abdomen and doesn't quite. You thought for a second you might have gotten something like the kidney, but he staggers just back, coming off your blade as you withdraw, and he says, "Oh my, you certainly don't waste time." And then, at this time, you come across, and the only way I can describe a critical strike across the shoulder is you nick his carotid, and there is a plume of blood that comes out in a wave. Paints the floor and the wall behind him, and a little bit to the side of you. As he then staggers back, his skin immediately grows paler. And then, before he was saying, "You certainly don't waste time, dude." You. And then that rapier drops from his hand and he immediately drops to the floor.
At that, Flick then immediately sheaths his rapier and turns to the crowd surrounding him and says, "Anyone else?"
There is a round of applause, as well as a bit of jeering towards the now downed man.
Call a fucking medic.
And there's a couple of, "What a fucking show! Good shot!"
You know, I like to jump in real quick.
Mhm.
Flick should have done it with one slash and upside down L, and another slash with the second slash, little slash in the middle for an F.
Actually, you'll kind of do that on the adjacent wall. He'll like carve kind of like a stylized F and L.
Okay.
F is for Fleek.
Is it-
yeah,
they-
just like the Zorro thing.
You with a quick swish, you carve into the wall. You said
Yes.
you into the wall, into the clay brick and mortar. You scratch a deep gouge using your rapier with an F and an L. And there's some oh, and then there's what's FL? That's hard. It's FL.
Tell you what
What is-
that is. It's a hint.
Hint. Ah, our challenger comes from Flaminsk. Welcome To the nameless warrior from the country to the south.
Flick kind of rubs his side and says, not quite that kind of hint, but we'll go with it.
Yes. Behold, Floro.
Oro.
Yes. Fits with the. Fits with the.
It's
Floro.
a new champion, Fluorite.
New
He's-
champion hailing from
uh,
Florida.
He's Florida
Florida man.
It's fluoride. He said he
Really?
was in our water. Anyway, niche government conspiracy jokes. But yes, there's some confusion, and then it's like, everybody give a round of applause to the Fominski cat.
Anyone else want to take care of the poor chap over here?
To which there's well, the man who took your gold piece before us. Well, it's the victor's right. Do you want him to bleed out, or do you want him to live past this? It's entirely within your right to. His life is in your hands.
Flick kind of pauses, not like for a long moment, but for a brief moment. But for him, it lasts a little bit longer. For one, he's riding the high of confidence right now because he did the equivalent of a quick draw on this man.
Again,
So
this
he
guy-
almost feels like letting him kind of expire would be almost like bragging rights. But at the same time, something inside of him is telling him, no, it ain't worth it. Something deep down inside of him is telling him letting this man die is not going to prove anything other than that you're really good with a sword.
Mhm.
So Flick takes a bit of a deep breath, turns to the man and says, I was told once that mercy is the mark of a great man. I wish to give this man mercy.
The mercy he shall have, as you feel the specter of somebody in the back of your mind, sounding a bit like a certain raven-headed family member of yours saying, why not? It's what I'd do. As
Serenely, Flick simply replies, yes, well, I'm not like you.
you've proven that. He says, well then, let's get this man off to the side. Says, you there. He points to one of the bystanders. One of the looks scratched up, bruised, probably one of the people who's also been beaten before. Drag him off to the side, see to his wound, as the man in question grabs your opponent by his now tattered blouse, drags him off to the side, deposits him next to a wall, rips up his shirt and uses it to apply pressure to his wounds. Before then going to the keg, getting a half a cup of whatever the hell's in there, and then splashing it over the slashes and the stab wounds. Mercy is the luxury of the strong and the burden of the righteous. Well put.
Would you believe me if I told you that came naturally? Just out of the blue.
Then I think, as long as you're not being an overt braggart, I think we have a natural here, folks. Anybody else want to challenge him? And then there's a knock across the clay bricking as in strides another red-shirted individual. This one, far more familiar to you. I believe I would.
And
Oh.
here comes Santiago. Can I hear one?
Santiago with the steel chair.
Ah!
Yeah.
Can you smell what Tiago's
Santiago's
cooking?
My friend, we must stop meeting like this in places so soaked with blood. But then, well, that really wouldn't be our place in life, would it? But look at you!
Sure,
You
but-
painted the town red, and I didn't even wait for me to get here.
Really? Because it was kind of like this when I got here. He says, kind of half joking.
Ah, look at this one, all full of confidence. Well then, what do you say we finally have that duel?
I made you that promise not long ago, and I aim to fulfill it as long as you're willing. As long as you're
I've been
willing
much,
to.
I've never been
fulfill it.
one. I've never been one for patience and slow burns. Let's have this. As he, with a very excited smile, draws his Nephilium, in this case, small sword, and says, "God, Flick." As he, we'll cut the scene there. Next session, we will have the duel. The duel of some fate.
go.
The
Let's
fateful duel.
go.
A duel of some
Duel
fate.
of fate.
Yes. That's a cliffhanger for them. We've had a cliffhanger
Wait, you
for.
said Nephilium. Does this man's also have another one of those swords?
Yes, in
Yes.
fact, he said
Wait,
so.
is this man
Yeah.
half angel, half demon?
No, that's a Nephilim.
Nephilim.
You know, only his
Also-
sword's made out of that stuff.
Yeah, Nephirium.
I'm
or
I'm, I'm
Nephilim.
tempted. I'm tempted to use my actually voice and say actually Nephilim are the offspring of humans and angels.
Actually, Nephilim are very ugly creatures sired by some interesting extraplanar individuals. But that's
I
that's
was almost thinking they're like the equivalent of the Einarjar, but
something like
Yeah.
that. In like old D&D, Nephilim were instead like a type of giant kin that were incredibly hideous. But yeah, it changes from source to source. Anyway,
yeah.
we've got Flick on his cliffhanger. I'm very sorry that was short, but I do intend to.
No,
end
no,
the
it's
session very
okay.
soon, since we
We-
have several people kind of falling asleep.
Flick guy's quick draw moment, and it's good.
You made that very quick, by the way. We have Chaiko on her little traumatic cliffhanger. We've got
Remind me.
Mallory, on the search for her person of interest. And the three in the library. Frey, are you here?
Yes, I am. There we go. Sorry, I was still muted.
There was a cliffhanger I was going to leave you off on a while ago, but now I get to do it to you.
Oh, good. What a good time. That'll be great. I'm opening this thing.
Okay.
You see yourself in the coffin, Kari.
You do not recognize the body in the coffin. As you begin to pull the
Okay, get in.
immensely heavy chains to the side. The chains themselves, the links are about as thick as you would normally have on like a gate chain, but this feels like the weight of the world as you're shifting it. It becomes very intensely obvious that the chains were not here to keep it to bind it shut. It was to weigh it shut, and to make it
Wait.
harder to open.
Didn't he say he was going to open it when we were out of the
I don't know.
When
small
you guys
room?
were out of range, but we can't take anything outside of this.
Yeah,
No, we can't take it. But
you can't
I
take any
know,
of the
this is
books.
exactly my
either.
point. Yeah, he was like, hey, I know you guys can't take any of the books outside this place, so while you go read and you guys go scatter, I'm going to open this door. I'm going to open this box.
I see.
He's begin to pull the chains aside, and Vair starts to. His hackles, if he had them, would raise. His wings open a little bit. He's like his head's cocked back, like a snake ready to strike. And he's at ready for whatever may happen. Pull the chains aside, and then they thump to the floor when they come free of the chest.
Oh, good.
And you grab the lid. You begin to heave it open. It is heavy. But with time, you're able to lift it and then drop it back on the wall behind it. The wall creaks under the weight. In fact, you see the wall behind it kind of press inwards a bit. You hear the creak of rotted wall boards strain under the weight of the chest lid, and inside is something wrapped in moth-eaten, fetid tarp.
When you say something, what's the shape? Is it like
Semi-spherical.
child-shaped?
Semi-spherical.
Okay. I will kind of do a once-over glance to Vair, kind of like a cocked eyebrow, like, oh, that's interesting. And then I will reach down for the orb.
Okay.
Or spherical, whatever.
Haven't you learned from Lord of the Rings? Don't touch the fucking Palantir.
No,
Uh,
New
I don't
hand
know.
touches the beacon.
the beacon.
I knew it.
No. No light in this place, unfortunately. As the
Only
torch,
death.
as you reach down, and the tarp disintegrates under your fingers as you touch it and you pull, and it comes apart like tissue paper left in the rain.
Oh.
And what's underneath it feels soft. Then it comes away,
Ugh.
and as you pull apart the tarp, the sensation of what's underneath becomes soft, but not like squishy soft. There is that too. Downy soft? And eventually your hands are finally able to pull the tarp apart and reveal the contents. As what can only be described as a flat, squashed Leonid face resting at the bottom of the chest, mouth open in a silent roar. And can't be understated, the feeling of oppression emanating out of this box. Even if the two of you were standing outside, Vark and Siren, with the magic cast on you, there is a feeling of suffocation since he started opening that box, and it's only gotten more intense as he started rooting around with whatever's in there. Being in the room now is intense.
Alright, Karya. Enough now.
And then the
It's time
eyes
to close it.
snap open.
The eyes?
The eyes of the head snap open, the sharp, dagger-rotted fangs of the almost ape-like Leonid face with its mane of matte, fetid, blood-soaked fur bristles and moves. And you see the mouth move, something miming or pantomiming something, not trying to speak. And you realize that the maw on this thing is trying to bite at you. As his eyes flick from side to side, his tongue lashes, its teeth gnaw and gnash as whatever this is, it tries to even rock itself back and forth as if to fling itself at you and bite you in the face. As it does, the aura, even for you, Arya, the aura of intense awfulness coming from this thing only gets worse. This is like being back in the cave with the monster.
I see.
And then it shakes as it goes still, its mouth opening further, as 8 arachnid legs extend from the back of its throat, coming out the sides of its mouth, touching the bottom of the chest.
Karya, close it, please.
Are you doing
Gotta be
anything?
real.
Alright,
truth
rip
is
it in half. Rip it in
Yeah,
half.
here's the issue with the idea of ripping it in half, right? I don't know if it's going to be one of those situations where if I rip it in half, if all of that built up deep energy is going to explode out.
Pin it, do whatever the fuck you need to do with it. Or whatever your car would do. I don't know, but Jesus Christ.
You've got time to
time
act.
to take a bite. No, I'm kidding.
You've got time to act, but not a lot.
Okay. Well, so the chest, right? If I were to take this thing and slam it against the ground like a wet paper towel and then try and cover it back up, would I have time to do that, or would there not be enough time?
You would invariably be trying to grapple with this thing.
Oh yeah, that would be interesting. Alternatively, I
There's
could just cut it in half. Um,
I
alternatively,
don't know.
Occam's razor here. Just consider this me being Vair in your head. There's a very heavy lid you could just slam shut.
oh, that's true. Yeah, it is still heavy. Yeah, that is a fair point. I forgot that even without the chains, the lid was very heavy. Karya will inspect the thing, inspect its nastiness, inspect it getting far, far worse, and go, yeah, no, and throw it against the ground like a deflated basketball, and or rather into the chest with a book, and then slam it shut and sit on top of it.
As you
Oh my god.
you throw it, it's like, ugh, throw it back into the chest, slam, and when I say slam, I mean the ground shakes when you slam the lid shut. You heave it closed, and the thing, like even the chest itself, jumps as the boards underneath it bounce with the weight. And there's that creak as the boards strain, and then as you plop your ass on top of the chest, there's a moment, and then there is no noise, but then the chest underneath your ass rattles. There's a feeling of something throwing itself against the inside wall of the chest, bumps it, and it moves an inch. Given the weight of the chest, and then
Okay.
Damn,
stops.
Vark is already about to lose his membership because of you. Damn, bro.
Then
In my defense,
the rattling
In your
stops.
defense, you fuck no.
wait, what was that quest?
I said, and then the rattling stops.
Oh, good. Okay. Huh.
Perhaps Vark and I can reattach the chains while you sit on top of it.
Vair is trying to say, yeah,
That
I
was
think you
the
should put the
intention,
chains
yes.
back on, like right now.
Yeah, I
go
would very
and
much like
grab
to.
the chains.
I don't want to. Vark, Siren, please, if you would be so kind as to bring the chains as close as you can. I don't want to
Oh,
get off
they're
of
like
this
on the
chest.
floor next to the chest.
Oh, good. Get
I'll
up.
just help to reattach them.
Okay. For Kari, as there was no press of time, and he is decently strong. I'm going to need strength checks.
That is understandable. I'm going to attempt to roll it. Let me check this.
Kari, you may be counted as assisting in this case because you're not moving to grab the chains yourself. They are grabbing them for you and bringing them to you.
Okay.
Wait, so who is rolling for strength?
You and me.
Siren and Vark. Also, Grim has a great idea.
Okay.
Throw holy water on it. See how that works out.
I think everything in this room would explode if we did that. Siren's
better,
just gonna
dunk
look
it.
at Vark. How
Just fill the whole chest with holy
Holy
water to the
water.
brim.
Yeah, just fill it with water and then have Siren bless it. See how that works out.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Fucking
Vark,
deep head
how,
sous vide.
Vark, how strong would you say you are?
I'm pretty strong.
On a scale of
Okay.
1 to however much. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Bull Strength on Vark.
You may, given the situation, and that there is no imminent danger, take 10 on this.
Okay.
Which just means
Fair.
you consider yourself as if you would roll a 10. If that is not, if you
Having-
don't think that's going to be enough, you may still roll it, see if you can get a better result.
I can roll inspiration while taking 10. I remember that, so I'm gonna do that.
Cool.
Now, with bolt strength together,
It is a +4 enhancement to strength.
wonderful, okay. In that case, that
Nice.
becomes a 20 total.
Okay.
Yeah.
As
Actually, 21 actually even.
as Siren casts Bull Strength on you, Vark, and with her assistance and Karya's assistance, as well as Vair trying to help as best as he can as well, the four of you manage to get the first section of the chains back on top of the lid. You thump it on the lid, right next to next to Karya's ass. That makes getting the other links of the chain up easier, and you slowly and methodically get it back on. You just drape as much of the heavy chains, whatever the fuck these things are made out of, on top of the chest. And finally, it's back how it was before, if a little sloppier.
I would wager those were adamantine chains.
Potentially.
Interesting. So I could actually use those adamantine chains. So I think I might. No, I'm kidding.
Good luck getting him out of there.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm not gonna try that.
He's gonna melt the chains and make a sword out of them.
Yeah, I finally
Notoriously
got
a
it.
good
I finally
idea.
got it.
Taking
So-
scrap metal and alloys and making a weapon out of that, notoriously a good idea. Sarah, you
Yeah,
said.
not only that, but poisoned and deep adamantine. That'd be pretty good.
Very
as
symbolic.
we
Made from
finally do the
chains,
thing.
owned by someone who was once kept as a slave. Yes, very symbolic.
Yes, exactly. I'm being very symbolic to my growth as a character. Anyway, speaking of growth, how mutated are we?
Feeling lumpy. But yes, cool. So you guys managed to narrowly, or maybe not so narrowly, avoid a conflict with the thing.
When
As
you say it was a head,
was a
would you
head.
say, do you mean like a humanoid, like a human or an elf kind of head, or was it a creature
was
head?
It's like if I remember correctly.
the face itself was flat and snubbed. Like the structure, and there was even like a mane of fur around the sides next to the bloody stump that made it look almost kind of Leonid. But the actual like face itself was what do you call it? God, more or less. Have you seen? If I had to compare it to something, and there was anything analogous, minus all the rotted and otherwise sickly-looking traits. Have you seen the face of a manticore?
Oh yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Like that. It's like almost humanoid, but distinctly monstrous, with a Leonid framing, but a flat snub face on it.
Oh.
Oh.
It looks like it could have been humanoid once upon a time, or it might have been something that evolved to look humanoid. It's hard to tell where one begins and the other ends, especially given the short moment and then the panic.
And
There
then it
wasn't a lot of
became a
time.
spider.
There wasn't a lot of time to look too close. Yeah, there's also spider
Yeah.
legs coming out of its mouth now.
Yeah. So I was just gonna say, I don't know why they would have such a. I mean, I know this is the section about deep corruption. I don't know why they would have such a head instead of a box chained up. I'm going to have some questions for them.
Oh, Melody.
Okay,
Not
I
that I would
suppose.
be
That's
too
a shame. I was
shocked
going to
of
get
the
to.
answer with.
Maybe I should have gone to Melody first because that was my next goal. Yes. Yeah, unfortunate. Yes.
Most
Mark?
likely.
Would you do me a favor and roll me an intelligence check? Mark?
Okay.
The answer was no.
My headset ran out of battery,
Ah.
so I had to plug it in,
oof.
and due to how my cables work, I have to place my headset on my table. So now it's
Oh.
basically a standing microphone, and I didn't quite hear that you mentioned me by name. Okay,
Ah.
what check?
Intelligence. This is a memory check.
Intelligent.
Intelligence. All right. Again, dropping inspiration for this.
Go for it. 14. Not bad. Remember a leonine head being mentioned recently?
Oh.
Hmm.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
What are
But-
you writing? I don't remember the Leonin head.
In one of the books, if I recall.
Mhm.
It was
Oh
brought up.
yes, it was in one of the books. It was in one of the books.
Can you remember what it said about the deep dragon that attacked Ainsworth's village?
Probably not everything. That it burst from the ground, and that it spew not poisonous, but corrupting vapor, basically,
Mhm.
that tainted everyone around it.
The book also said that the creature was eventually put down, but there was a piece of it that wouldn't die. They stowed away for later, in hopes of finding a way to destroy it.
Well, you found it.
You found it.
Out of character question.
Mhm.
Was in that book written anywhere about holy water and the void or corruption?
There was
I know there
talk
were
about
there,
ways of
silver.
purging. There were silver
Yeah, there was
laced,
silver-based laudanum.
silver
I
laced
know that was
laudanum,
mentioned.
which, for those who don't know, laudanum is a medicine made with a solution of lead. People used to drink it because it's supposed to help with your mental state. Because
Lead.
drinking poisonous metal was, well, to a degree, a barbiturate, I suppose. It definitely limited your mental faculties. So yeah, the silver-laced laudanum was used as a method of suppressing and eradicating, in some cases, the corruption that's soaked into the soil or in a body, but obviously is not good for health. It's not done with the intention of preserving the life in mind. It's just of destroying what corruption is there. As for mention of holy water, yes, there was mention that it has limited effectiveness and really only tends to work if directly introduced into the biology of anything that's corrupted. In which case, it has as an unpredictable effect on the creature in question as the corruption has on creatures. So, the corruptive influence of the deep can mutate you in any which way. It can be almost anything. And in that same sense, when introduced to the body, holy water has an equally unpredictable outcome.
How long ago was that entry? Did that
230 years ago.
So they're just pretty much immortal, cool, or at least unaging.
Or long
Interesting.
living.
Or at least long
incredibly-
lived, yeah.
Yeah. Better
Dragons, you
question.
mean?
Well, the deep dragon that was mentioned. So presumably this thing was, well. So I need to clarify. Is this thing a part of the deep dragon, or was it one of the victims?
No, it was the head of the deep dragon.
Oh, and it was relatively small then. So what quantifies a deep dragon? Like,
Well, maybe it wasn't fully aged, but also I think the fact that the head is still here and is able to move and attack doesn't necessarily mean that they're immortal or anything, because it is dead. It's just a part of it that didn't die. But I guess
that's
technically
concerning.
the dragon itself is dead. Maybe the head is kept alive through corruption. Maybe maybe it's like the tail of a lizard. When it comes off, it continues to move, even though the lizard is separate from it.
I don't know, Chief still looks pretty alive to me.
Or maybe now it's considered a new creature now that it's separate from the dragon. I don't know.
I think it's alive still, just that it can't regenerate what it lost.
Scary.
You don't know. It's in the box. It is now Schrodinger's
It's
deep
in the
dragon.
box.
What's in the box?
Schrodinger's Deep Dragon.
What's in the fucking box?
Yes.
You probably want to tell someone about that, by the way.
Nah. Anyway, that
I
said,
think they know.
that's what I'm going to call session for today, as Karia is now sitting on a box.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for playing. And thank you, everybody that came. And for the raid.
for having
It's very
us.
much appreciated.
Of course.
Yay.
I hope you know
Mm,
there are so many thoughts cruising in the old noggin right now.
imagine.
I'm gonna kill Karia. Yuck. Joking. Literally, curiosity killed the cat. The fucking character.
I threw it
You know
against
the- you
the
know the
ground
rest
like a
of-
wet paper towel. It's fine.
You know what the do you know what the what do you call it? What the you know what the rest of that saying is? Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction
something
brought it back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Anyway,
So if I eat this deep dragon, I'll get stronger.
No.
No, don't Sukuna this goddamn
Yeah.
fucking.
eat the fingers.
Eat the
Oh no.
Chico, you got that boogie woogie ready, right?
Give me
No,
the deep
I'm a
corruption.
little preoccupied right now.
Yeah, Chuck
fuck.
is having a crisis.
No,
Fuck your
yet
problem.
again.
What else is new? Anyway, thank you guys very much for playing, and for people who came by, thank you too. I'll see you guys around.
Thank you for hosting.
I am
as
going to
always.
go get some sleep.
Yay.
It is midnight.
Yes,
I hope
please,
you
yes,
I hope you have
please go do
nightmares,
that.
you asshole.
I subsist off of your tears. Anyway, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure. Thank you guys very much for coming. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Or when we all die
you
in
for running.
Genesis.
Wow.
We'll be
Yeah,
fine.
there's still
yes.
a chance Jules could
Uh,
blow up
Grim,
again.
thank you very
There
much.
is.
Grim, thank you very much for the self-care and, as he says, a redeem for a quilt and pillow for the fox crater. We'll make it
Wait,
comfy for
what?
the next time she lands there.
Wait. Wait, what?
He wants to make the fox crater a bit more cozy for the next time you go plummeting down.
Oh Grim, once I get my Gurry mitts on Grim.
Kill him.
Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Take care.
Take care.